Chapter 301 It is a Grandmaster Spiritual Beast. LV Shuiyan stood up. Yue, she seems uncomfortable. Su Yue held LV Shuiyan's hand. Don't go over there, she has a problem. Su Yue said vigilantly. LV Shuiyan looked at Su Yue in confusion. Su Yue's spiritual power entered the woman's body, and she immediately found that the woman's meridians were much wider than those of ordinary people, and her strength was dissipating. Who attacked? Su Yue thought to herself. Her current strength has reached the level of acquired great success, but she didn't notice it at all just now. The person who attacked in secret must be much more powerful than her. If Xiaofan came back, the first person she thought of would be Xiaofan, but now she knew that Xiaofan was still on his way back from the military area. Soon the woman fell to the ground, and she bit a poison hidden in her mouth. This poison is not delayed, it can kill people immediately. Something's going on. Two security guards in the dark nearby quickly stepped forward. She's dead, she committed suicide by taking poison. One of the security guards quickly determined the situation of the dead woman. Take the body away immediately. Rose, go and protect Su Yue. The captain in the dark quickly ordered. Soon Rose came to Su Yue and the others, and two security guards took the body away. A slight delay would attract a lot of onlookers. Yue, what happened just now? Rose protected Su Yue and the others back home, and LV Shuiyan asked in confusion. Su Yue said, the one just now should be a killer. She had poison in her mouth. She was found unable to complete the task, so she chose to commit suicide. LV Shuiyan stared at Su Yue in a daze. Such plots are all in movies and TV, but they actually happened in reality. However, considering Su Yue's identity, it is normal for such a thing to happen. Shuiyan, I didn't scare you just now, did I? Su Yue looked at LV Shuiyan with some concern. She herself was not scared. After all, she had the acquired level of cultivation, and was already a relatively powerful warrior, and her ability to withstand was much stronger. LV Shuiyan shook her head. She also looked at Su Yue with some concern. In her opinion, she would not encounter such things normally, but with Su Yue's identity, she might have encountered them before and would encounter them in the future. Investigate immediately. We must find out who she is. The captain who was protecting Su Yue said angrily. The enemy actually sneaked into the community to kill Su Yue. They didn't take them seriously at all. If Su Yue got into trouble, it would be a lot of fun. Yes, Captain. Tianyan investigated the identity of the dead woman with all his strength. After thinking for a while, the captain reported the news to Lu Baichuan. Lu Baichuan told him that he must contact him directly if there was any important situation. Killer. I know. Lu Baichuan was furious, but he didn't show it. After hanging up the phone, Lu Baichuan immediately contacted Jiang Wanchen. The 9th Security Bureau must intervene in this matter and give him a result. Assassinate Su Yue at this time. Could it be a killer from the United States? Jiang Wanchen muttered to himself. Not long after, he received the killer's photo. The dead woman did not have an oriental face. She was raised in Dongyang country since she was a child. Soon Jiang Wanchen asked someone to search on the internet, but no information could be found on the internet, so her identity could not be determined at all. Ding! Jiang Wanchen considered and called Xiaofan. When Xiaofan was in the military district, he couldn't get through on the phone. Now he was about to arrive in Leishan County by helicopter, and Jiang Wanchen soon got through on the phone. Xiaofan, have you heard about Su Yue's situation? What do you think? Jiang Wanchen asked. Xiaofan was stunned. What happened to Yue? You don't know. Jiang Wanchen asked doubtfully. Su Yue knew that Xiaofan would be back soon, but she didn't tell Xiaofan about the situation immediately. She and Lu Shuiyan watched TV and investigated secretly. I still have half an hour to go back. What's going on? Xiaofan said solemnly. Jiang Wanchen said, 10 minutes ago, someone died next to Su Yue. She took poison and committed suicide. She should be the killer. The specific cause of death is unknown. Xiaofan's pupils shrank suddenly. Su Yue was assassinated. Xiaofan could tell how the killer died. The kitten was with Su Yue, and the killer must have been killed secretly by it. Assassinate Yue at this time. American. Xiaofan had such a thought in his mind. But he quickly rejected it. He felt that this possibility was not great. Even if the Evolutionary Alliance confirmed that he did it, they knew that he was so powerful. What good would it be to kill Su Yue and completely anger him? Aren't you afraid of completely angering him and letting him go on a killing spree? If this possibility is ruled out, then the assassination of Su Yue at this time is most likely to provoke a war, and the probability of Dongyang country is undoubtedly the highest. Director Jiang, if you are free, come to City Z. Okay. Jiang Wanchen agreed immediately. He knew that something happened to base number 13 again, and Xiaofan should have gone there again. Maybe he can get something good from Xiaofan again. And it's better for him to come and deal with Su Yue's attack in person. After hanging up the phone, Xiaofan's face darkened. The enemy actually assassinated Su Yue. This was considered to have touched his reverse scale. Su Yue didn't get into trouble this time, but that was because Su Yue happened to be given a civet cat. Without that civet cat, Su Yue would probably die. Yue's own strength still needs to be improved. Xiaofan said in his heart. He felt that it was necessary to take Su Yue to base number 13 in the future. There, Xiaohai could give Su Yue more benefits, and her strength could be greatly improved. Whoosh! After more than 20 minutes, the helicopter arrived over City Z. Zhong Wei, I'll go down directly, you just drive the helicopter away. Xiaofan ordered. After he finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared in the helicopter. Boss is awesome. Zhong Wei secretly exclaimed. The more he knew about Xiaofan, the more shocked he was. The disappeared Xiaofan was directly teleported to the Zijing community. Dong dong. Xiaofan soon went upstairs. Brother Fan. Su Yue shouted in surprise when she saw Xiaofan. Lu Xueyan was here, but she was embarrassed to call Xiaofan her husband. Yue, Xiaofan is back, so I'll leave first. Xiaofan, Yue encountered something not long ago, you should comfort her. Lu Xueyan left quickly. Xiaofan had been away for several days, and now she was a 100-watt light bulb here. Yue, you're not scared, are you? Xiaofan hugged Su Yue and said. Su Yue shook her head, I still have some psychological endurance. Husband, it seems that a strongman secretly took action to destroy the other party's cultivation. The strongman who took action is very powerful, which is a bit strange. Xiaofan smiled and waved to Xiaoxue. Soon, the small, cute Xiaoxue rushed over and jumped into his hands. Little darling, was it you who did it? Xiaofan asked. Xiaoxue nodded. Su Yue stared at Xiaoxue blankly. Hubby, was it Xiaoxue who did it? Did you name it Xiaoxue? I was thinking of calling it Xiaobai, Xiaoxue seems better haha. Xiaofan said with a smile, it is a spiritual beast, with the strength of a master. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 302, plan to auction life essence. Su Yue looked at the kitten in Xiaofan's hand in disbelief. Hubby, is it a master-level spirit beast? Xiaofan nodded, yes, it definitely has the strength of a master-level spirit beast. Its overall strength may be similar to mine, and it is stronger than me in close combat. If it didn't have that space treasure, Xiaofan estimated that his overall strength would definitely lag behind. Yue, even if you go to class in the future, you should bring it with you. It will protect you and you will be much safer, and I will feel more at ease. Su Yue nodded gently. Hubby, thank you. Su Yue looked at Xiaofan affectionately. Xiaofan threw Xiaoxue to the ground. Xiaoxue doesn't need your protection here now, you can go out for a walk and relax. Don't make trouble. Remember what I told you before. The little white cat quickly left the room. Xiaofan looked at Su Yue with a smile, and soon he carried Su Yue into the room. It was broad daylight now, but he couldn't care less. An hour later, the battle was over. Yue, did you find out anything about the killer who died? Su Yue shook her head. Hubby, nothing was found. There is no information about her mission on the internet. She should have been trained strictly since she was young. Yeah. Xiaofan nodded slightly. 2 hours later, Jiang Wanchen rushed over. Director Jiang, did you find anything? Xiaofan asked as soon as Jiang Wanchen sat down. Jiang Wanchen said unhappily, Xiao Fan, I am a guest, and I came so far, can't you let me drink some water first? Brother Fan, you guys chat. Su Yowei poured a glass of water for Jiang Wanchen and went into the room. Our people have done their best to check the internet, but nothing was found. It will take a long time for intelligence personnel from all over the country to investigate. Jiang Wanchen took a sip of water and said. Xiao Fan looked normal, as expected. With Su Yowei's ability, she didn't find anything, and it was unlikely that the 9th Security Bureau would find out in such a short time. Xiao Fan, the killer's death dash, don't worry about how she died, there will be no problem in this regard. Jiang Wanchen breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Xiao Fan has made secret arrangements, which makes him feel relieved. If Su Yowei gets into trouble, he, as the director of the 9th Security Bureau, will have a great responsibility, and Liu Baichuan will definitely scold him. Xiao Fan, the research on blue spirit grass has made very good progress. If there are more blue spirit grass, there may be results in half a month. The relevant patents will be applied for in the shortest time. Jiang Wanchen said, looking at Xiao Fan with burning eyes. Xiao Fan waved his hand, and half a caddy of blue spirit grass appeared on the coffee table. He got a total of 10 caddies of blue spirit grass, but it is impossible to give all of it to Jiang Wanchen. Only half a caddy is enough for research, and this thing cannot be stolen. So much. Jiang Wanchen's eyes showed surprise. Last time, Xiao Fan only gave out 20 to 30 grams, and this time it is estimated that there are 10 times as much as last time. With these blue spirit grasses, it should be no problem to develop a drug to treat Alzheimer's disease. Xiao Fan has accounted for 1/3 of the profit. When the treatment drug is developed, it will definitely be rewarded handsomely. Director Jiang, now that the drug is out, will clinical trials take a long time? Xiao Fan asked. Jiang Wanchen pondered, according to the calculations of Academician Gu and his colleagues, one blue spirit grass can only produce 3 tubes of medicine in the future. This drug cannot be introduced to the entire market in a short period of time. It will exist as a special commodity for a certain period of time, and the price will be very expensive. Let the rich people around the world spend money to be guinea pigs. Xiao Fan frowned slightly. One blue spirit grass can only produce 3 tubes of medicine. Xiao Fan, ordinary people can't use it for the time being. There is nothing we can do about it. If the raw materials can be supplied, the price can be cheaper then. Jiang Wanchen said. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Director Jiang, you mean to launch it as an experimental drug, but the effect of the medicine can still be guaranteed, right? That's right. If the rich people around the world use it without any problems, it means that the clinical trial is completed. If there is enough blue spirit grass, it can be mass-produced. Jiang Wanchen said. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, okay. Jiang Wanchen said, Xiao Fan, what price do you think a tube of medicine should be set at? Rich people can use it, and the global price can be unified. Xiao Fan thought about it. Half a caddy is about 100 plants. This time Xiao Hai gave him 10 caddies, which is about 2,000 plants. If it is made into medicine, 6,000 tubes can be made. Director Jiang, there must be a difference. Foreigners are rich. If the Chinese want it, it will cost $1 million per dose, and the outsiders will cost $5 million per dose. By the way, how many tubes of medicine do you need to drink to cure it? Xiao Fan said. Jiang Wanchen took a deep breath. Xiao Fan's pricing was really terrible. It's very expensive in China, and the price abroad is as high as $5 million per dose. This is to treat those rich people abroad like pigs. Hey, Xiao Fan, isn't it too expensive? Jiang Wanchen said. Xiao Fan shook his head. For them, there is not much difference between 1 million and 5 million. For those big shots, this amount of money is nothing. Jiang Wanchen said, Academician Gu is not sure yet, it should be 3 to 5 doses, and it depends on the patient's condition. You said this price, after all, you have the pricing power of the medicine. Xiao Fan smiled. If all are sold, the total income should be more than $10 billion, and he will have no problem earning $3 or $4 billion. The arms he bought last time were about $10 billion. If this money comes back, he can buy more arms, and Xiao Hai's progress will be smoother. Director Jiang, in order to make your name famous, I want to auction something in the name of Academician Gu's Institute. 1/10 of the money can be given to you, and Academician Gu and his team can increase some funds. Xiao Fen smiled. This medicine is expected to be developed in half a month. Shanghai's war situation is unknown, so the cluster bombs must be sent over earlier. What are you auctioning? Evolutionary fluid cannot be auctioned. Jiang Wanchen said hurriedly. Xiao Fan got the evolutionary fluid from base 13. If this thing is auctioned, the Americans will get the news, and they will all go crazy. A small jade bottle appeared in Xiao Fan's hand. Director Jiang, there are 3 drops of life spirit fluid in it. This is the thing being auctioned, and the starting price is $100 million per drop. Xiao Fan smiled. Jiang Wanchen's eyes widened. Xiao Fan, $100 million per drop, are you sure? Who would spend $100 million to buy a drop of this thing? Xiao Fan said in a calm voice, 1 drop of life spirit fluid can extend life by 1 to 3 years. Young people without underlying diseases can basically extend life by 3 years. Old people can basically extend life by 2 years. People with more underlying diseases can also extend life by more than 1 year. Jiang Wanchen took a breath of cold air. This thing actually has such an effect. Xiao Fan, are you sure? If that's the case, I think your price is too low. $100 million for 1 to 3 years of lifespan, people will go crazy for it. Xiao Fan smiled and said, I want them to go crazy for it. If the price is lower, more people will come. How about using the name of the institute? Jiang Wanchen calculated that it would not be a problem for the 3 drops to auction for $10 billion, which means that the institute can get more than $100 million. It's worth it to be a shield and get so much money. Okay. Jiang Wanchen nodded. Midline Horizontal Ellipsis Chapter 303, Super Rich Gathering in a Luxurious Villa Somewhere in China. How is Dad's condition recently? The speaker was an old man in his 60s or 70s, with a net worth of tens of billions. He gave his father the best medical conditions, but it was useless. His father's condition gradually worsened, and now his death is only 10 days or half a month away. No change. An old woman wiped her tears and said. She was the old man's wife. Boss Pei, I'm sorry, we can't do anything. Although the old man doesn't have a serious illness, his time is coming soon. A miracle doctor invited by the Pei family shook his head. Grandpa Pei went to hospitals all over the country and found many miracle doctors in the folk, but the hospitals were ineffective and the miracle doctors in the folk were also powerless. Sorry for the trouble. Boss Pei, you're welcome. The miracle doctor left quickly with his assistant. Dad. The old man sat in front of his father's bed. Looking at his father's appearance, his eyes were red. Without his father, he wouldn't be where he is today. His mother died when he was a child. His family was very poor before. He clearly remembered that one year during the Chinese New Year, the 2 of them only cooked a bowl of dumplings. He was very hungry when he was still young, and most of the dumplings went into his stomach. His father said he wasn't hungry. But now he knows how he wouldn't be hungry. At that time, every time there was a problem, Dad said don't panic, he is here. Now Dad is lying here, but I can't do anything. Sujuan, I'm about to lose my father, what should I do? The old man said with red eyes. Wenyo, there must be a way. Do major foreign research institutes have the latest drugs recently? Tears kept flowing from the old woman's eyes. Her father-in-law is not only good to his son, but also to her, the daughter-in-law. No, the old man shook his head. The latest drugs from major research institutes do exist, but it is not so easy to research drugs that can prolong life. This is against the will of heaven. Ding, ding. At this time, the old man's phone rang. Wenyo, I have a reliable channel. A secret research institute in our country has developed a life essence that can extend human life. Pei Wenyo stood up excitedly, really? Wenyo, how could I lie to you about such a thing? The source of information is absolutely reliable, but you have to be prepared. This life essence will not be cheap. This life essence will be auctioned the day after tomorrow. There are only 3 drops in total. The starting price of each drop is $100 million. It can extend life by 1 to 3 years. The person on the other end of the phone said. Pei Wenyo trembled and said, "Is this life essence reliable? Does it really have such an effect?" Wenyo, according to secret information, this life essence has been used by the guard. I don't know who used it, so don't ask. If it doesn't work, the money will definitely be refunded. The research institute is backed by the 9th Bureau of Security. After hanging up the phone, Pei Wenyo burst into tears. Dad, you're saved. You're saved. Pei Wenyo muttered to himself as he looked at his unconscious father, his face burst into tears. The person who called him was not low-level and was unlikely to talk nonsense. Besides, the research institute was backed by the 9th Bureau of Security. He knew what the 9th Bureau of Security was. Wenyo, is there any good news? The old woman asked hurriedly. Pei Wenyo nodded. There is a research institute in our country that has developed a life essence that can extend life by 1 to 3 years. 3 drops are being auctioned, and the starting price of each drop is as high as $100 million. The news should be true. Wenyo, Dad's condition can't be that bad. We must buy this. You need to prepare more money. The starting price is $100 million. I'm afraid it won't be sold without $300 or $500 million. The old woman said hurriedly. Thank you. Pei Wenyo held his wife's hand. The old woman said, I remember clearly how my father treated me back then. Without my father's efforts, we would not be where we are today. Yes. The news spread quickly among the super-rich circle. Not only the super-rich in China, but also the super-rich abroad got the news. Master, a research institute in China has developed the original liquid of life. 3 drops are auctioned to the world. The starting price of each drop is $100 million. In a huge castle abroad, an old butler said respectfully. Is the news true? How effective is the original liquid of life? Are there any side effects? Herman, the old chairman of the Solomon Group, asked. He is no longer the chairman of the Solomon Group, but the chairman is his son, and he personally owns 20% of the wealth of the Solomon Group. This wealth is as high as $100 billion. On the surface, the world's richest man only has tens of billions of US dollars. The wealth of the world's richest men is incomparable to that of some consortium tycoons. Forbes doesn't dare to make their wealth public. Master, the news is true. According to the information we have obtained, some high-level Chinese people have used the life essence, and its safety should not be a problem. Behind this research institute is China's Security Bureau 9. Each drop of the life essence can extend life by 1 to 3 years. The old housekeeper said respectfully. Herman's eyes flashed. Book a flight to China immediately. I want all 3 drops of the life essence. I hope it really has such an effect. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and many wealthy people from all over the world gathered in the imperial capital of China. When they were young, many people thought that they would leave in a carefree manner when they were old, but when that day really came, they had too much attachment to the world. Not to mention these super-rich people. Not to mention being able to live 1 to 3 years longer, even living 1 month longer would be a huge temptation for many of them. Herman, I didn't expect you to come too. Ospo, you're here, why can't I come? In a super luxurious banquet hall, many people came one by one, half of them were older, and there were also many under the age of 50. The auction has not yet started, and the atmosphere in the banquet hall is quite tense. There are only 3 drops of life essence in total, and everyone is a competitor. In a corner of the banquet hall, Xiao Fen quietly drank tea. He didn't come here to watch the fun, but Jiang Wanchen asked him to come to maintain the situation. If the guests who came here got into trouble, it would be bad. Every guest is a super-rich person, with assets exceeding 10 billion yuan. Those who are below this standard cannot come in at all. The death of any of these super-rich people will cause a huge public opinion storm. So many super-rich people have come. But no matter how high the price is, I must buy a drop of life essence. Pei Wenyo said in his heart. He has come here. He secretly raised 8 billion funds, more than $1 billion. Pei Wenyo has even brought his father over. His father is now in the hotel where he is, but not on the same floor. The door of the banquet hall opened again, and Jiang Wanchen walked in. Everyone saw Jiang Wanchen. Many people's eyes lit up. They knew Jiang Wanchen's identity. He was the director of the Ninth Security Bureau. The Ninth Security Bureau was an official authority of China, and its authority was unquestionable. Midline horizontal ellipsis Chapter 304 Crazy Auction Prices, Director Jiang. Hello, Director Jiang. Everyone greeted them. Although each of them was much richer than Jiang Wanchen had a higher status and was also a congenital warrior. Everyone, you are all very busy people, and I have a lot of things to do, so I won't beat around the bush. As you all know, there are a total of 3 drops of life essence. Jiang Wanchen said, and 3 small jade bottles appeared in his hand. The jade bottles were very thin and translucent, and 3 drops of green spirit liquid could be seen inside. Director Jiang, can the Ninth Security Bureau ensure the effectiveness of this thing? I heard that there are already guards in China who use this thing. Is it true? A rich man outside asked. Jiang Wanchen nodded slightly. It is true that there are already guards who use it. Its effect is immediate. It will take effect soon after taking it. Everyone talked about it, and their expressions were excited. Jiang Wanchen said this publicly, and there must be guards in China who have used it. Let's not talk about the effect, the safety of this thing must be no problem. Director Jiang, if it doesn't work, can I get a refund? Another rich man asked. Although they are rich, they are not fools. Jiang Wanchen nodded and said, if it doesn't work, you can get a refund. The effect of this thing is more obvious when used by the elderly, and it is not recommended for young people to buy it. If the effect is obvious for other people, but not for young people, no refund will be supported, and the qualification for future purchase will be cancelled. In addition, in order to avoid trouble, this needs to be used on the spot. If there is a problem when it is used in other places, no one can tell who is responsible. A younger rich man said, Director Jiang, according to the information we have received, the effect will be better if it is used by younger people, right? Jiang Wanchen said, if it is used by young people without underlying diseases, it can increase life expectancy by 3 years. The actual effect is indeed better. But it is difficult to show it. A wealthy man from China also stood up, Director Jiang, will this thing be auctioned regularly? If there is, when will the next time be? Jiang Wanchen shook his head, I don't know. It is not up to me to decide when to take out the original liquid of life for auction, and it is uncertain whether there will be auctions in the future. Everyone buy it and cherish it. Everyone talked about it, and everyone was obviously quite nervous. In their opinion, Jiang Wanchen couldn't decide, so it should be decided by the top elders of China, and there might be no more in the future. Now it is probably just to let everyone know that this thing exists. The original liquid of life may be used as a strategic thing in the future. Many of the top figures in various countries are not young. Knowing that China has such a thing, they will have to speak to China in a lower voice in the future. Maybe one day they will have to ask China for help. If you have finished asking, let's start the auction. 1 drop is auctioned each time, the reserve price is $100 million, and each bid is not less than $10 million. If no one bids for 1 minute, the deal is done. Jiang Wanchen said in a deep voice. $200 million. Someone immediately bid, and directly doubled the price. The bidder came from the Middle East, with a piece of cloth on his head, and his family had a mine. Prince Colin, you are still young, you don't need this yet. Don't compete with some of us old guys, right? I bid $210 million. Another rich man bid. $300 million. Prince Colin said with a smile. Pei Wenyo's heart tightened. With such a fierce increase in the price, the money he prepared might not be enough. He quickly raised his hand and said, I bid $600 million. I'm buying it for my father. He is now in this hotel. The doctor's judgment is that he can only live for 10 days. Maybe you can see the effect after my father uses it before deciding. At this point, Pei Wenyo gave Jiang Wanchen an apologetic look. He said that, maybe the auction price was lower than expected. Xiao Fan's voice sounded in Jiang Wanchen's mind, Director Jiang, it's okay to do what he said. Proving the effect, the next 2 drops of life essence can be auctioned at a higher price. Jiang Wenyo directly bid $600 million, which is not a low price. No one bid for a long time. Pei Wenyo's price is not low, and they think Pei Wenyo is right. They will be less likely to be fooled if they see the effect before auctioning. Soon a minute passed, and no one bid higher. The auction of the first drop of life essence has ended, and Pei Wenyo, the president of Pei Group, has won it. Jiang Wanchen announced. Thank you for letting me win. Pei Wenyo said hurriedly. Jiang Wanchen said, President Pei, you can arrange for your father to come, but the transfer must be completed before using the life essence. No problem. In less than 5 minutes, Pei Wenyo's father was pushed over. He came on a stretcher, and he was still in a coma. Director Jiang, there should be no problem with my father's condition, right? He doesn't have any major illness, it's just old age and life failure. Pei Wenyo said nervously. He has seen too many doctors, and they all gave him bad answers. It's so serious. He's really dying. I know Pei Wenyo's father's situation. He once sought help from the Mayo Clinic. Many experts have consulted him, but they can't do anything. Many people talked about it. Pei Wenyo's father looked very bad, with a face full of death. It should be possible. Jiang Wanchen said. He got a positive answer from Xiao Fan, but he still left some room for maneuver. Huh. Pei Wenyo breathed a sigh of relief. My father is in a coma now. Can I use it? Jiang Wanchen said, it's just a drop of life essence. It won't choke your father if you pour it into his mouth. It will be absorbed quickly. $600 million have been transferred. Pei Wenyo carefully pinched his father's mouth open, and the green life essence poured out of the jade bottle. Director Jiang, do you want to get some water to wash this bottle? No, the life essence won't stick to it. Time passed second by second, and the cells in Pei Wenyo's father's body absorbed the power of the life essence crazily, and the cells in his body were activated one after another. For people who are on the verge of death, adrenaline is effective, and the effect of life essence is thousands of times better than adrenaline. Am I dazzled? Mr. Pei's complexion seems to be better. It's indeed much better. This effect is too good, it's a miracle drug. Everyone talked about it, and in less than 5 minutes, Mr. Pei had obvious changes. In less than 10 minutes, Mr. Pei suddenly woke up. Wenyo, where is this? Mr. Pei asked, and his voice was not particularly weak. Dad. Pei Wenyo burst into tears. A year ago, his father rarely spoke and had no strength to speak. You are old, and you are still crying. Help me up, I want to walk. Pei Wenyo's father said, his body felt the long-lost strength, and he thought it should be possible to walk around the room with support. Dad, I'll help you. Pei Wenyo hurriedly and carefully helped his father up. Old Pei stepped on the ground, and he slowly walked around the room. It's a miracle. On his deathbed, taking a drop of life essence actually has such an effect. The others were amazed. Old Pei walked for a while and then lay down again. The medical team in the hotel quickly tested Old Pei's condition. Everyone was not in a hurry. Half an hour later, Old Pei's condition was better, and the preliminary test results came out. According to Old Pei's current condition, he can live for another 2 years. Dad, did you hear that? You can live for another 2 years. If you buy more life essence by then, you can live longer. Pei Wenyo said with great surprise. At this moment, he felt that the $600 million was really worth it. Everyone, you have seen the effect of the life essence. Now we are auctioning the second drop of life essence. If you want to buy it, hurry up because there may not be more in the future. Jiang Wanchen said. Everyone's heart tightened. They were all rich people, but power was often more effective than money. Even if there was more life essence, it might not be their turn. $600 million. Someone immediately bid. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 305, the wallet is bursting again. Pei Wenyo just offered $600 million, so he was thankful to get it at this price. $800 million. Prince Colin said. He is still young, his father is only in his 50s or 60s, but his grandfather is still alive and is over 80 this year. The original liquid of life is the best gift. $810 million. $820 million. The others also bid. The price soon climbed to $900 million. Money is just a number for some of them. It doesn't matter if it's more or less. 1 to 3 years of life is much more precious than money. You are too slow, 1 billion. Prince Colin said with a smile. Rich is an adjective for others, but it is a true portrayal for him. It is not difficult for him to come up with $1 billion. The banquet hall was silent for a while. Prince Colin raised the price by $100 million at once, which is still a deterrent. But if this drop is bought by him, there will be only one drop left, and the competition may be even more fierce. It is impossible to buy the remaining drop with $10 billion. $1 billion and $50 million. Herman said in a deep voice. Prince Colin frowned secretly. He knew Herman. As the old chairman of the Solomon Group, Herman had a fortune of $100 billion, and it was easy for him to take out $1 billion. 1.1 billion. The speaker was Osbo, who had talked to Herman before. He came from an old family, and his assets exceeded everyone on the Forbes list. He and Herman were both in their 70s and 80s, and they didn't have much time left. Adding 1 to 3 years of life would be very attractive to them. 1.15 billion. Osbo, you might as well fight for the next drop. I'm determined to get this one. Herman said in a deep voice. Prince Colin raised his hand. I'll pay $1.5 billion. Herman. The others also looked at Prince Colin speechlessly. This is not how you raise the price. Knowing that your family is rich, you can't be so wasteful. Herman, you fight. Osbo chose to withdraw. He felt that $1.5 billion was too expensive to buy a drop of life essence, and looking at Prince Colin's posture, it would not be surprising if he offered $2 billion. Prince Colin, if you don't fight for the next drop, I won't fight for this one. Herman said in a deep voice. Okay. Prince Colin smiled. He only needs one drop. Soon, a minute passed and no one bid again. The price of $1.5 billion was too high. The third drop might not reach such a price. Time is up. The second drop of life essence belongs to Prince Colin. Prince Colin, do you want to use it yourself or for others? If it is for others, he needs to come to China. Jiang Wenchen said. Prince Colin smiled and said, this is a gift for my grandfather. I will explain to my grandfather. He should come to China in the shortest time. Okay. Jiang Wenchen nodded. Prince Colin's grandfather is still very influential. If he comes to China, China may be able to reach a series of cooperation with Saudi Arabia. Everyone, the last drop of life essence. The possibility of this thing being auctioned again is very low. Hurry up if you want it. Jiang Wenchen smiled. $1 billion. Herman said directly. Many of the wealthy people present shook their heads helplessly. Their net worth exceeded 10 billion yuan, and they were all super rich, but they could only watch the excitement. $1 billion was equivalent to 7 billion yuan, and they could not exchange most of their assets for a drop of life essence. Besides, they only had assets, and their liquid funds were far less than that. Comparing yourself to others makes you angry. I thought I was rich, but now I'm still a pauper. Some people whispered. Only the last drop of life essence was left, and many super rich people made bids. The price soon reached $1.4 billion. Alas. Herman sighed secretly in his heart. Prince Colin did not bid, but the price still soared. $1.5 billion. Herman directly bid the same as Prince Colin, but in less than 10 seconds, his bid was surpassed by others. In the end, the price of the third drop was locked at $1.68 billion. Herman's face was dark. When he came, he was ambitious and wanted to get all 3 drops of life essence, but in the end, he didn't bid a single drop of the 3 drops of life essence. It's not that he can't afford a higher price, but he thinks this price is too high. He secretly went to China to buy it, maybe it would be cheaper. These local tyrants are really crazy. Xiaofen was amazed in his heart. His bottom line was $1 billion, and his psychological expectation was $1.5 billion. He didn't expect that the 3 drops would add up to nearly $3.8 billion. After deducting the more than $300 million he gave to the 9th Bureau of Safety, he still had more than $3 billion left. This is US dollars. He didn't have so much money when he was the richest before. It feels like every cell is cheering. This feeling is so cool. Ospo said with an intoxicated look. He was the one who won the third drop. Although the price hurt him, he was very satisfied with the effect of the life essence. Mr. Ospo, you can ask the doctor to check you when the time comes. Jiang Wanqin reminded. I will. Director Jiang, your country's life essence is really a good thing. I hope that there will be more life essence auctioned in the future. Ospo said expectantly. If there is, he will auction it again. Jiang Wanqin shook his head. I can't make the decision on this. If there is still life essence auction, I will definitely notify everyone at that time. If you don't have anything to do, don't rush to leave. You can stay and see the effect of Mr. Ospo and others using the life essence. The banquet continued, and many topics discussed by everyone revolved around the life essence. The life essence brought them such a big surprise. They didn't buy it this time, but maybe the life essence will be cheaper in the future. They all have money. If the price of life essence drops, they may all be able to afford it, and then their lives will be extended a lot. Friend, what's your name? Prince Colin came to the corner where Xiaofan was. Xiaofan didn't appear in his original appearance at this time. He looked to be in his 30s, about the same age as Prince Colin. Prince Colin thought Xiaofan was a little strange. From beginning to end, Xiaofan just sat in the corner and ate and drank silently, and didn't seem to care much about the auction. My last name is Xiao. Xiaofan smiled slightly. Xiaofan was quite interested in Prince Colin. Prince Colin's family has a mine. If you take advantage of his relationship here, it will be a lot easier to make money. The relationship between Saudi Arabia and China is also not bad. Mr. Xiao, you look more like an old friend of mine. Let's go to another place to talk. Prince Colin smiled. Xiaofan raised his eyebrows. Did Prince Colin discover his disguise? It shouldn't be likely. He has changed a lot. Even if Su Yue is here, she may not be able to recognize him. Since Prince Colin is interested, of course you can. Xiaofan said with a smile. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 306, the transaction with Prince Colin. It wasn't long before Xiaofan and Prince Colin left. They went to another room in the hotel, and Xiaofan secretly set up a soundproof barrier. Prince Colin, there are many super rich people gathered in the banquet hall, and there are several with a net worth of more than 100 billion US dollars. Why are you talking to me? Xiaofan sat down and chuckled. Prince Colin pointed to his eyes. After the auction is successful, I have time to observe. Others are very concerned about the auction, but you are different. Besides, there are so many super rich people present, and you are very young to be able to enter. This is very unusual, and your expression is not restrained at all. So I guess you are very unusual. If my judgment is correct, you should be from the top red family. You should be an observer in this auction. Xiaofan laughed in his heart. Prince Colin's previous judgment was still good, but the conclusion later was not a little bit worse. He is confident not because he has capital behind him, but because he himself is capital. Prince Colin, so why did you ask me to come here? Xiaofan asked. Prince Colin smiled and said, Mr. Xiao, if I say I just want to make friends with you, would you think I'm too hypocritical? It might be better to tell the truth. I don't like to beat around the bush. Xiaofan said in a calm voice. Prince Colin thought for a while and said, my father has many sons. Which son is more valued is determined by many factors. Connections are a very important factor. If the other aspects are similar, connections are a very important factor. Xiaofan smiled and said, then you shouldn't leave that hall. There are many super rich people in that hall now. Prince Colin shook his head. Ordinary businessmen are not of much help to me. Those guys from big consortiums are all very experienced. The forces behind them are complicated. Let alone talking to them, it's useless even if you spend 10 days or half a month alone with them. Xiaofan looked at Prince Colin, and Prince Colin saw through it. Maybe I'm just an ordinary small businessman. Prince Colin shook his head. Absolutely impossible. I've seen so many ordinary small businessmen, they can't let go of such occasions with a net worth of tens of billions. And even if others don't participate in the auction, they are trying to expand their network. There are only two people who eat more, you and me. Mr. Xiao, I don't have any special requirements, I just want to make friends. I don't have any good friends in the Chinese high level. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. With his mental power, he could tell that Prince Colin was not lying. Prince Colin, I do have some connections with the Chinese high level. If our relationship is deep in the future, you can talk to me if you have anything. Xiao Fan smiled. Prince Colin nodded happily. Mr. Xiao, you can also ask for help if you need help, but I just have more money. My way of solving problems is more rough, that is, throwing money. Xiao Fan thought to himself, what he needs is money. Even if the auction this time made a lot of money, Xiao Hai's war is a bottomless pit, he estimated that he will definitely be short of money in the future. It's great to have a rich friend like Prince Colin. If a drug for treating Alzheimer's disease is developed, Saudi Arabia will also be a very good sales direction, as they have strong purchasing power. Prince Colin, let me ask a presumptuous question. How many people in your Saudi royal family suffer from Alzheimer's disease? Xiao Fan asked. Prince Colin asked in confusion, what is Alzheimer's disease? Alzheimer's disease. Prince Colin frowned, this disease is the natural enemy of the elderly. We have thousands of princes, and even more royal family members. There should be more than 100 people suffering from this disease. Mr. Xiao, why are you asking this? Xiao Fan smiled and said, our country is currently researching drugs in this area, and there should be results in a relatively short time. But due to the precious materials, there shouldn't be many drugs by then. We have to use a lot of them domestically, and even less should be distributed abroad. Prince Colin's eyes lit up. Mr. Xiao, are you serious? Xiao Fan nodded slightly. In as short as 10 days and a half a month, or as long as 2 months, this drug should be available, but it is only a laboratory product. Prince Colin pondered and said, Mr. Xiao, I wonder what price you are going to set. Xiao Fan said, this is still top secret information, but you probably won't tell anyone, so it doesn't matter if you tell them. The Chinese price should be $1 million per dose, and it takes 3 to 5 doses to recover. The foreign price is $5 million per dose. Prince Colin thought for a while and said, Mr. Xiao, do you think this will work? I'll reserve 1,000 doses at a price of $10 million per dose. Xiao Fan's heartbeat accelerated. My goodness, this is a sales volume of $10 billion. Do you trust me so much? Xiao Fan chuckled. Prince Colin said, Mr. Xiao, there is a country behind me. I believe you will not offend our Saudi country for a mere 10 billion. And this money will not be transferred to your account. I wonder if Director Jiang can come and let Director Jiang guarantee it. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes. Prince Colin was testing him a little. If he couldn't invite Jiang Wanchen to come, it meant that he didn't have enough power. Then, let alone booking 1,000 tubes, making friends would definitely be a pipe dream. Okay. Xiao Fan took out his mobile phone. Director Jiang, are you still in the hotel? Please come to room 888. Xiao Fan called Jiang Wanchen. Okay. Jiang Wanchen agreed directly on the other end of the phone. The total auction amounted to nearly 3.8 billion, and their Safety 9 Bureau could get 1/10 of it. This money was not a small amount for them. The country was not particularly wealthy, and the funds they could get were limited. Prince Colin was more certain of his judgment. When Xiao Fan called Jiang Wanchen, he didn't speak in a condescending manner. It was more likely that Xiao Fan was backed by a top red family. Jiang Wanchen quickly reached the same level as Xiao Fan and his friends. Director Jiang, Prince Colin is here with me. He doesn't know my identity and thinks I'm from a top red family. He wants to reserve 1,000 tubes of medicine at a price of $10 million per dose. Xiao Fan's voice rang in Jiang Wanchen's mind. Jiang Wanchen took a deep breath. In such a short time, Xiao Fan and Prince Colin had negotiated such a deal. Prince Colin's price was only doubled, but he wanted a large quantity, which was $5 billion more, higher than the auction amount this time. The country can get 2/3 of this money. Xiao Fan, the banquet hasn't ended yet, why are you running away? Hey, Prince Colin, you're here too, are we old guys affecting the appetite of you young people? Jiang Wanchen said as he entered the room. Director Jiang. Director Jiang. Xiao Fan and Prince Colin both stood up to greet him. Prince Colin noticed that Xiao Fan was very casual and should have been familiar with Jiang Wanchen for a long time. With Jiang Wanchen's status, ordinary businessmen are not qualified to be familiar with him. Don't be polite. Xiao Fan, what do you want me to come here for? Jiang Wanchen asked. Xiao Fan had already told him through voice transmission, but he still had to put on a show. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 307, The Pistol in Another World. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Director Jiang, if the drug for treating Alzheimer's disease is developed, how about selling 1,000 tubes to Prince Colin? Jiang Wanchen glanced at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, where did you hear that? There is no drug for treating Alzheimer's disease. Prince Colin, there is no such thing. Xiao Fan is just joking, don't take it seriously. Prince Colin looked at Xiao Fan anxiously. If he could buy this thing, it would be a very good achievement for him. As for spending more money, it would not be a big deal at all. Xiao Fan said, Director Jiang, Prince Colin is willing to pay $10 million per tube, how about giving him 1,000 tubes then? Jiang Wanchen frowned slightly. He thought of a problem. One blue spirit grass can only produce 3 tubes of medicine, and 1,000 tubes require more than 300 plants, which requires almost 2 kilograms of blue spirit grass. Xiao Fan currently only gave half a kilogram, and this half a kilogram had to be used for research. Xiao Fan, do you think it's okay to give Prince Colin 1,000 tubes? Jiang Wanchen asked. The blue spirit grass was provided by Xiao Fan. If Xiao Fan says there is no problem, then there is no problem. Prince Colin obviously misunderstood when he heard this. Jiang Wanchen, as the director of the 9th Security Bureau, actually asked Xiao Fan for his opinion. What is Xiao Fan's identity? Director Jiang, I think this is possible. Xiao Fan smiled. Jiang Wanchen nodded slightly, and he looked at Prince Colin. Prince Colin, since Xiao Fan approves, I have no objection. But one thing must be made clear, this is a laboratory product, it is not a formally sold drug, and it is not completely successful yet. Prince Colin hurriedly said, Director Jiang, we will prepay half of the payment, and please ensure that we have 1,000 tubes of medicine. If it is not successful, there will be no penalty, and the deposit can be returned at that time. What do you think of this condition, Director Jiang? Jiang Wanchen nodded slightly. Okay, I have to trouble Prince Colin to keep this news confidential. This is still top secret information. No problem. Prince Colin hurriedly assured. Xiao Fan stood up and said, Director Jiang, you guys can take your time with the contract signing. I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. His $3.4 billion from the auction has already been received. He has to find Lu Zhiheng and trade a batch of cluster bombs. Mr. Xiao, can I have your contact information? Prince Colin said quickly. Sure. Xiao Fan gave his contact information. This is of course not his original phone number. Many people and forces know that number, so it is easy to find out. You guys chat, I'm leaving. Xiao Fan left quickly. He arrived at the Lu family. Su Yue came to the imperial capital with him and is now at the Lu family. Xiao Fan, thank you. Lu Ziyuan was at home and saw Xiao Fan and he said quickly. Xiao Fan said in surprise, Second Uncle Lu, what's going on? I didn't do anything, how can you thank me like that? Lu Ziyuan said, I didn't go to the auction of the life spirit liquid, but my friends did. 3 drops sold for nearly $3.8 billion. The price of the first drop was low, and the price of the next 2 drops added up to nearly $3.2 billion. Dad got 2 drops of life spirit liquid, and I only gave you 2 billion yuan before. $3.2 billion, this is more than 10 times 2 billion yuan. Lu Ziyuan and others knew that the life spirit liquid was precious, but they didn't expect it to be auctioned at such a high price. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Second Uncle Lu, Mr. Lu is Yue's grandfather, so it's okay even if he gives me 2 drops of life spirit liquid. Lu Baichuan also came over at this time. Ziyuan, how much money can you spare? Try to compensate Xiao Kid a little more. Xiao Fan hurriedly said, Mr. Lu, it's really not necessary. After auctioning these 3 drops of life spirit liquid, I now have $3.4 billion in my account. I'm not short of money now. Lu Ziyuan controls a group company with a market value of 100 billion, but how much liquid funds does he have? Besides, he can't use this money casually. What Lu Ziyuan can use is the money that belongs to him and Lu Baichuan, which is at most tens of millions. 2 billion has been given before. If Lu Ziyuan wants to give more money, they have to sell their shares. Alas. Lu Baichuan sighed, I rarely owe favors to others in my life, but I didn't expect that I would owe you such a big favor before I die. Xiaofan glanced at Su Yowei and smiled, Old Lu, the favors owed can be repaid with people when the time comes. It's not a big deal. Su Yowei's face was slightly red. In the other world, the border area between the Dragon Empire and the Black Tiger Empire. A large number of troops of the Black Tiger Empire have been assembled. But the hundreds of thousands of troops assembled are scattered in a relatively large area. Even if concentrated firebombs are used, the effect will be much worse. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, the 500,000 troops of the Dragon Empire have been assembled. But the Dragon Empire is still keeping its troops in place and has no intention of attacking immediately. Their war horses are not short of food and grass for the time being. The general in charge of intelligence in the account of the Black Tiger Empire's Central Army reported. Yes. The Commander-in-Chief Huyen Shenying nodded slightly. He is the military god of the Black Tiger Empire. Huyen is his last name, and Shenying is the name given by the emperor. He has the strength of the peak level of the martial emperor and is also very good at using troops. General, according to the intelligence we got before, the food and grass of the war horses of the Dragon Empire are not abundant, and now it should be insufficient. Xiaohai must have received supplements from another world. The two generals in the general's tent spoke. The Black Tiger Empire has a large territory, and there are more than one spiritual cave passage in the territory. Of course, they have discovered it and conducted a lot of research. In one of the spiritual caves, they found a lot of things, including a photo, and the photo was of the earth. They also found a book with unfamiliar characters on it, which was different from any kind of characters on the Shenwu continent. They didn't recognize it at all. Combined with the discovery of this spiritual cave and some special things Xiaohai took out, they judged that there was another world. Xiaohai's things should be from that world. Report. At this time, someone came hurriedly. Speak. Huyen Shenying said hurriedly. The person who came was his confidant. Now he was inspecting the place where the special spiritual cave was located. He must have important information when he returned. Marshal, we got something. And a few paintings. Huyen Shenying's confidant said hurriedly. He had a space treasure, and he took out a pistol from the space treasure. This pistol was a Beretta 92F pistol, and the pistol had a magazine inside. Marshal, there are also these paintings. Huyen Shenying's confidant took out a few photos, which were pictures of the pistol shooting. This is a weapon. Huyen Shenying's eyes lit up. Judging from those photos, although this weapon is not very powerful, it is enough to kill ordinary soldiers. If our soldiers can be equipped with this weapon in large quantities, the chances of winning against the army of the Dragon Empire will be greatly increased. Huyen Shenying thought to himself. Marshal, let's try this. Yes, let's see how this thing works. The generals next to Huyen Shenying couldn't wait. Yeah. Huyen Shenying nodded. Click. He pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. Ordinary gunpowder is ineffective in this world, and the bullet was not fired. Everyone looked at each other, what's going on? According to the instructions in the painting, you can attack by pulling the trigger. Why didn't Huyen Shenying react when he pulled the trigger? Click. Click. Huyen Shenying pulled the trigger twice more, but still no reaction. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 308 You want $3 billion US. Marshal, what's going on? Is this thing a fake, a scam? Two generals around him spoke up, both of them looking anxious. Huyen Shenying carefully looked at the gun in his hand. The texture of the gun was very good, and the workmanship inside was very good when the divine sense scanned it. The small bullet was very delicate inside. If it was just a fake, the appearance of the bullet would be fine, and there was no need to care about the inside. Marshal, there is no such thing in the army of the Shenlong Empire, and this thing can't be used now. I don't think it's a coincidence. It's more likely that this thing can't be used in our world. Wan, a military advisor beside Huyen Shenying, analyzed. His strength is not very strong, but he is good at analyzing intelligence. He followed Huyen Shenying 10 years ago. Well. Huyen Shenying frowned. Send the pictures of the iron birds, mortars and other things used by the Shenlong Empire to see if you can get these things. Yes, Marshal. The general who came to convey the message left quickly. Wan, what else do you think? Huyen Shenying looked at Wan. Wan frowned and said, General, Xiao Hai can get what he needs accurately, which means he may be able to communicate with people from other worlds. He got a lot of things, and we traded very little. He may have a special method. Someone from another world came through the channel on the border. That channel is stronger than ordinary channels. It would be great if we could occupy it. Huyen Shenying shook his head. This is almost impossible. The Shenlong Empire has 500,000 troops, of which the Shura Corps has 150,000. These 150,000 people can match 600,000 troops. They are equivalent to 1,000,000 troops. Add to that their terrible firearms, and we want to attack and take that area, but it will be difficult to do so at a painful price. The Black Tiger Empire now gathers a large number of soldiers just to threaten the Shenlong Empire and prevent the Shenlong Empire from invading recklessly. Their plan now is this: if the Shenlong Empire invades in large numbers, they will enter the Shenlong Empire in large numbers. Wan nodded slightly. We have found several channels now, and there should be more in the country. Maybe we can find better channels. I hope so. Huyen Shenying sighed. Looking at the sand table, he frowned. He led the army of the Black Tiger Empire to fight against the Divine Flame Empire and other countries several times, and won every time. Now it feels so difficult for the first time. Their Black Tiger Empire now has 600,000 or 700,000 troops, more than the Divine Dragon Empire, but he still has no idea. The power of cluster bombs was too terrible. Nearly 300,000 people, including 100,000 Blood Wolf Army, were wiped out in a short time. I don't know how the situation is with my grandson. I don't know if he has got the arms. Tomorrow is the day to contact him. Xiao Hai thought to himself. He has no plans to attack for the time being. There are still some cluster bombs and fuel air explosives, but not many. There are still many mines of various kinds. Attacking at this time, even if you can win, you will pay a relatively high price. In China, Xiaofen once again arrived at a secret military base. He was received by General Zhong Shiming. Lu Zhiheng is now under blockade, and it is not convenient to transport a large number of things there. Master Xiao, welcome, welcome. Xiaofen got off the helicopter, and Zhong Shiming approached and smiled. Xiaofen hurriedly said, General Zhong, you can just call me Xiao Xiao. I don't dare to respond if you call me Grandmaster Xiao. Zhong Shiming said with a smile, then I'll call you Xiao Xiao. You saved me in Leishan County before, but I never had a good chance to thank you. Since you're here, you must eat and drink well. Xiaofen chuckled, Old Zhong, you found out at that time. Yes, haha. At that time, your Uncle Lu didn't know that you were a powerful warrior. He even invited me to drink twice, saying that if you joined the army, he would take care of me. Later, he knew that I knew you were a powerful warrior, and he wanted me to take it back. How could I return the free wine? Zhong Shiming laughed. Xiaofen chuckled and said, General Zhong, I know you like to drink, so I brought you 2 bottles of good wine, but you have to drink slowly. Half a liang is enough at a time. Zhong Shiming was stunned and said, half a liang. This little bit doesn't even wet my throat. 2 bottles of wine appeared in Xiaofan's hand. General Zhong, this wine comes from another world. It contains a certain amount of spiritual energy. It's very strong. You really have to drink slowly. Zhong Shiming looked at Xiaofan in surprise. Spiritual wine from another world? No, no, I can't accept this. Your 3 drops of life spirit liquid were auctioned for nearly $3.8 billion. These 2 bottles of wine must be worth 300 million or 500 million. I definitely can't accept it. Zhong Shiming shook his head repeatedly. Xiaofen smiled and said, Old Zhong, the spiritual energy contained in it is much less, and its value is far less than that of life spirit liquid. 300 million or 500 million, you overestimate their value. 300 million or 500 million is about the same. Zhong Shiming coughed lightly and said, "There is no difference between 300 million and 300 million. You can't accept it either. Hurry up and take it." Xiao Fan took out his mobile phone. "General Zhong, how about I call the elder and ask him to agree to let you take it?" "No, don't." Zhong Shiming shook his head hurriedly. "It's not good to alarm the elder for such a small matter. Old Zhong, just take it. It's just 2 bottles of wine. If someone reports you for taking bribes because of this, I will go to the elder to report it." Xiao Fan said with a smile. "You kid, okay, then I'll take it." Zhong Shiming said with a smile. Who would really report him for accepting 2 bottles of wine? Xiao, how much do you want to trade this time?" Xiao Fan and his friends got in the car soon, and Zhong Shiming asked. $3 billion. Xiao Fan said. Squeak. Zhong Shiming was driving the car himself, and he stepped on the brake suddenly. "How much did you say?" Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Mr. Zhong, you heard it right, $3 billion. Zhong Shiming. Xiao, $3 billion. You can buy hundreds of main battle tanks, there are not so many things. The cluster bombs, fuel air bombs, mortars, etc. in the warehouse are worth only about $1 billion. Xiao Fan frowned slightly, only about $1 billion. Zhong Shiming said, "These things using CL-20 explosives are not cost-effective. You didn't pay in advance, it's good to prepare so much." Xiao Fan nodded slightly. "That's true. The military is not very well off. If he doesn't want the $3 billion, he will lose a lot. He was able to produce $1 billion without paying, mainly because of Liu Baichuan's face. Liu Zhiheng didn't even have this face." "Mr. Zhong, do you have any other good things?" Xiao Fan asked. "Of course there are other things, the question is whether they can be used in the other world," Zhong Shiming said. Midline horizontal ellipsis Chapter 309 Xiao Hai's intelligence. Zhong Shiming took Xiao Fan to a dusty equipment warehouse. There were many dusty things here, such as old tanks, obsolete old howitzers, old antique trucks, etc. "Xiao Fan, these tanks can use new ammunition, but as you said, the strong from other worlds can easily destroy them." Zhong Shiming pointed to an obsolete tank. Xiao Fan said, "General Zhong, are these tanks still usable?" Zhong Shiming nodded. "Of course they can be obsolete, but if a war breaks out, they may not be unable to go to the battlefield and make meritorious deeds. But their performance is indeed much worse than that of new tanks, and these old antiques are unlikely to have a chance to be used again." Xiao Fan's mental power scanned the entire tank. There was a layer of dust on the outside of the tank, but the inside was clean and tidy. "What is its speed?" Xiao Fan asked. Zhong Shiming said, "This tank weighs 34 tons, has a maximum speed of 50 kilometers, and a maximum range of more than 500 kilometers. Xiao Fan thought, although this thing is old-fashioned, it is a big guy weighing dozens of tons and a speed of dozens of kilometers without a gun. It is also terrible. In areas where the strength is not suppressed, tanks are useless and can be easily destroyed by masters, but there are many areas where the strength is suppressed. For example, Jinyuan City, the capital of the Black Tiger Empire. Jinyuan City and the surrounding 10 kilometers are suppressed. Tanks with strong defense of dozens of tons can be invincible in this range. Bows and arrows, spears, these things are not a threat to tanks. It is not easy to train a qualified tank soldier, but it is not difficult for people in the other world to just learn to drive it. The powerful people in the other world can directly transmit relevant information to the minds of people with low strength, and they can learn it in 3 to 5 days at most. General Zhong, how many sealed tanks are there in total? Xiao Fan asked. Zhong Shiming's eyes lit up. There should be 1,000 or 2,000 sealed tanks in the whole country. Are you interested in these antiques? Yes. Xiao Fan nodded. In the past, tanks of this weight could not be transmitted to the other world at all, but now it is no big problem to transmit them to Xiaohai. 1,000 or 2,000 tanks add up to tens of thousands of tons. When he transmitted potatoes before, he would transmit tens of thousands of tons to Xiaohai every time. General Zhong, you can discuss with the others and see what price you can offer for these. I will take them if they are suitable. CL-20 tank shells are not needed, as long as they can run. Zhong Shiming nodded with a smile. These obsolete tanks have a lot of maintenance costs every year, so selling them to Xiao Fan is a very good choice. Let's go and take a look at the other things. Xiao Fan, what do you think of this howitzer? Its range is more than 20 kilometers, which is much longer than the range of the mortar. I can make you a batch of shells that use CL-20 explosives. Zhong Shiming introduced seriously. Xiao Fan is a big customer with more than 30 billion US dollars. Give me about 100 guns. Xiao Fan thought for a while and said. This thing can still be used in some places. The mortar is light, but the maximum shooting distance of the heavy mortar is only 8 kilometers, which is far lower than this kind of howitzer. If you use mortars to attack Jinyuan City, you can only attack the outer city of Jinyuan City, while the howitzer can directly bombard the inner city. Tanks were operating outside the city, mortars were bombarding the outer city, and howitzers were bombarding the inner city. This would make the attack perfect. Only 100. Zhong Shiming said with some regret. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Mr. Zhong, this thing is mainly used for deterrence, and it is not necessary for it to kill too many people. If I need it again in the future, I'll find you again. Zhong Shiming nodded, and he took Xiao Fan around the entire warehouse, and Xiao Fan selected some other things. Xiao Fan, the things you want need to be mobilized from all over the country, and howitzer shells also need to be produced. It may take 10 days or half a month to deliver. Xiao Fan smiled and said, It's okay, there is no rush to use these for the time being. Xiao Hai from the other world will not attack Jinyuan City at all for the time being. Jinyuan City is the capital of the Black Tiger Empire. If Jinyuan City is attacked, it will be a thorough and comprehensive national war with no room for easing. In such a war, the Shenlong Empire will also suffer huge casualties. The strategic goal of the Shenlong Empire is just to take back the northern border and fight a limited war to achieve the strategic goal. Xiao Fan, let's go, I'll take you to the warehouse where the cluster bombs are stored now. 10 minutes later, Zhong Shiming took Xiao Fan to the warehouse where the cluster bombs were stored. It seems that the quantity is a little more. Xiao Fan said after scanning with his mental power. Zhong Shiming smiled and said, with the increase in the production quantity, the price of CL-20 explosives has dropped a little, and the quantity will certainly be more. Anyway, the price you give you is 1.5 times the normal purchase price of the military. The cost is reduced, and the price you give is also reduced. Xiao Fan nodded, which is very good. He hopes that the country will become stronger, but the country cannot treat him as a scapegoat. General Zhong, there is no problem with the things. I will stay here from now on. It is not easy to store the things. Xiao Fan, it is already evening now, why don't you go have a meal first? Xiao Fan shook his head, there is food in my space treasure. Okay. Zhong Shiming left quickly. Xiao Fan closed the door of the warehouse and locked it from the inside, and then he began to practice quietly in the warehouse. Dong dong dong. In the middle of the night, the mirror next to Xiao Fan made a sound. My dear grandson, did you get the cluster bombs? Xiao Hai's eyes lit up. Through the mirror, Xiao Hai saw that Xiao Fan was now in a warehouse, and Xiao Hai also saw cluster bombs one by one. Yeah. The life spirit liquid auctioned a lot of money. There are quite a few cluster bombs in this warehouse, but it is only 1 or 2% more than last time. Grandpa, are you okay? Xiao Fan said. Xiao Hai said with a smile, there is no big problem on my side. Our 500,000 people are now facing the 700,000 people of the Black Tiger Empire. They may think that I don't have many cluster bombs. They have been a little restless in the past 1 or 2 days, but they haven't really attacked. Although the Black Tiger Empire has more people, Xiao Hai's Shura Corps has 150,000 people, and their combat power is terrifying. A strong attack on the Black Tiger Empire will inevitably result in heavy losses. Grandpa, the 100,000 sets of armor in the warehouse in Leishan County have all been delivered. Contact me again in 2 or 3 days, and I will pass the 100,000 sets of armor to you. The number of people in the Shura Corps can be even larger. Xiao Fan smiled. Xiao Hai nodded with a smile. The Shura Corps now has a total of 200,000 people. If another 100,000 are added, the Shura Corps of 300,000 people will be very terrifying. My dear grandson, Grandpa got some information. Xiao Hai's face became much more solemn. The Black Tiger Empire should have contacted a country on the other side of the earth, and they got a pistol. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Grandpa, isn't this expected? But they can only send some small things. It may not be useful if it is sent over. Xiao Hai said in a deep voice, My dear grandson, Grandpa is not worried that other countries will get powerful weapons on the other side of the earth. Grandpa is worried about you. The news that the Dragon Empire has obtained many powerful weapons is likely to spread to the earth, and then they will probably suspect you. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 310 blow up base 13. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Grandpa, I should be able to reach the peak of the innate in the next few days, and my strength will be greatly improved. Yue Wei is now protected by Xiaoxue, so we won't have any problems. Xiao Hai nodded slightly, My dear grandson, you still have to pay more attention. This is related to the fate of the country, and the enemy may use all kinds of means. After the things are transmitted, Grandpa should still have some spare energy. I will give you another space ability bead to improve your space ability. Time passed by, Xiao Fan pushed the huge mirror forward, and the things in the warehouse were transmitted to Xiao Hai in less than an hour. Ha! A few minutes later, Xiao Hai passed a space energy bead to Xiao Fan. My dear grandson, after those armors are transmitted, you can go to base 13 again. It will be much easier to transmit things to you there. Contact you in 3 days. Xiao Hai said and disappeared. After receiving many cluster bombs and transmitting the large space ability beads, his consumption was huge. Europe, Italy. Someone hurriedly entered an ancient castle. This castle belonged to a powerful family in Italy. The patriarch of the family, Samuel, was a congenital strongman. Master, there are a few strange paintings coming over from the other side. What paintings? Master, here they are. The visitor carefully took out a few paintings from the briefcase he brought with him. Samuel picked up one of them. This one was a map. It showed the general appearance of the Shenwu continent, and marked the countries one by one, but he didn't recognize the characters. Master, look at this, Samuel's men pointed to a place on the map. Huh. Samuel's pupils shrank suddenly. In addition to the names of the countries on the map, there were also totems. The totem of the country his men pointed to was a dragon. Eastern dragon, is this a coincidence? Samuel looked solemn. Master, I don't think it's a coincidence. This is exactly the same as the dragon in China. Master, take a look at the remaining ones. Samuel looked at the remaining paintings again. He actually saw mortars, mines, drones, generators and other things, and also saw a painting of a cluster bomb exploding. Is this a cluster bomb explosion? Master, it should be. China should have had contact with this country a long time ago. We are far behind in this regard. Samuel frowned. Can you send a lot of things over now? Master, it still can't work. Our spirit cave is only a sea-level spirit cave, and can only send very small things over. Samuel walked back and forth. What method did China use? Even if their spirit cave is better, it should not be possible to send so many things over. It must be that our method is not right. Study it as soon as possible. The subordinates in front of Samuel left quickly. After thinking for a long time, Samuel made a phone call. He contacted a friend in the Italian high level. Originally, he just wanted his family to get more benefits, but now he found that China was expanding in the other world, and he had to report the news. An hour later, the person Samuel contacted came to him. Seeing those paintings, Samuel's friend was extremely shocked. Samuel, this is no longer a matter for our country alone. We must contact the United States. You can contact us, but don't forget my favor. A quarter of an hour later, the United States Evolutionary Alliance received the news. Joseph, the leader of the Evolver Alliance, saw these paintings. Leader, the Chinese Security Bureau No. 9 has taken out the life essence. This life essence should come from another world. A person next to Joseph said. This person looked only in his 30s. He was a newly promoted SS-level Evolver, good at stealth and assault, codenamed Assassin. The United States can produce SS-level Evolver. As long as they are willing to sacrifice lives and spend money, it is normal for new SS-level Evolvers to appear. Leader, according to our investigation of Xiao Fan had no contact with the Chinese military before, and he could pass a lot of things to them before. The key lies in Xiao Fan. As long as we solve him, we will definitely not fall behind China. Another person said. This person is also a newly appeared SS-level evolver, codenamed King Gold. He can make his whole body metal and has extremely strong defense. At the same time, he can also remotely control metal objects to attack. Joseph's eyes gleamed. With these things, the person who was killed in our base 13 is more likely to be Xiao Fan. He went to base 13, most likely not for the evolutionary fluid, he might be for the A-level spirit cave over there. The assassin said, Leader, then we go to China to deal with him. King Jean and I may not be his opponent. Joseph shook his head. Poseidon, the witch, and Charles all died in his hands. Even if you go together, you may not be able to beat him. Wait a little longer, we will have SS-level evolvers appear in a while, and you can perform the mission together then. The assassin and King Jean nodded. They are all very confident in their own strength, especially King Jean, but they can only obey what Joseph said. Although Joseph is just an ordinary person and his strength is much weaker than theirs now, Joseph is the leader of the Evolutionary Alliance. They can be selected to become evolvers, so their loyalty is not a problem. Joseph stared at the paper in front of him. Before killing him, maybe we can try to win him over. It would be best if we can know his secrets. He can transmit many things to other worlds. The Chinese military definitely does not have such ability. A person next to Joseph said, Alliance leader, should we blow up base 13? Joseph looked over. The person who just spoke said in a deep voice, Alliance leader, although there is no evidence, we are now 60% to 70% sure that it was Xiao Fan who did it. He can transmit things to other places, and he should go there to get the benefits passed on to him by the strong people in the other world. According to this painting, the corresponding place is likely to be the spiritual cave on the border of this country. The person who spoke picked up one of the paintings. There is an aperture on the painting, and a dwarf comes out of the aperture. It is not clear what the dwarf looks like, but Joseph and others can judge that the painting should be Parker. The opposite area is now occupied by this Shenlong country, and it is unlikely that we will gain anything from base 13. And Xiao Fan may still go there, we may suffer huge casualties there, but Xiao Fan can get benefits. Joseph thought about it. These words make sense. There is an A-level spirit cave over at base 13. It would be a pity to destroy it, but if we don't destroy it, it will be useless to them now. Alliance leader, we can verify whether we can destroy the spirit cave passage. Joseph nodded slightly. I will discuss this with the higher-ups to see if we can proceed. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 311, a war breaks out in another world. Joseph soon reported the situation. I agree to destroy it. Since it is not good for us, why keep it? I think it's better not to do this. What if we destroy it and cause a disaster? There are many spiritual caves in the world. There must be places where spiritual caves are destroyed. If this leads to a disaster, it is only a matter of time. The U.S. high-level officials held a secret meeting, and Joseph naturally participated. Everyone, let's vote by raising your hands. Old rules, the minority obeys the majority. The U.S. general said, please raise your hands if you agree to destroy it. More than half of the people raised their hands. The U.S. general looked at Joseph. General Joseph, you know the result now. You must be prepared before taking action. Yes. Joseph quickly issued an order after the meeting. Leishan County, Xiao Fan was practicing. Ding. Su Yue called. Xiao Fan was a little surprised. He was basically practicing at this time. Su Yue usually made a video call during dinner. Yue, what's the matter? Xiao Fan answered the phone. Su Yue hurriedly said, Husband, I got the information from the U.S. They plan to blow up the spiritual cave over at base number 13. Xiao Fan's face changed. He also planned to take Su Yue there when the time comes. The benefits he could get at base 13 would be much better than in other places. Why did they suddenly make such a decision? Su Yue said, the Italian side got the paintings sent from another world. I intercepted those paintings and sent them to you just now. They know that the spirit cave at base 13 is not very useful, and they are more suspicious of you, thinking that you have made a profit there. Xiao Fan sighed in his heart. Although the United States has no solid evidence, various signs still make them suspicious, and it is normal for them to make such a decision. Yue, contact Feng Huang and tell her the news. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Xiaofen practiced for another half an hour, and this Zhou Tian practice was over. He estimated that the breakthrough would happen in the next 2 days, and he spent a lot of time practicing every day. It should be too late to stop it now. And I can't be there all the time, so I can't stop it at all. Xiaofen showed worry in his eyes. He didn't know what the consequences would be if the United States destroyed the spirit cave at Base 13. He felt that there would be a lot of trouble. Ding! Xiaofan's phone rang again. It was Jiang Wanchen who called. He already knew the news. Xiaofan, we got intelligence that the United States intends to destroy base number 13, and all the spirit caves in the world may be affected. According to the analysis of some of us, there may be alien creatures coming. Jiang Wanchen said quickly. Director Jiang, what do you mean? Jiang Wanchen said, Xiaofan, you are in Leishan County now, right? The spirit caves over there are the strongest, and there are most likely to be powerful creatures there. If they appear, I'll have to trouble you to clean them up. That's a city, and heavy weapons are not convenient to use there. Xiaofen said, Director Jiang, if there is any situation here, I will help deal with it. Xiaofan, you should also pay more attention to your own safety. Jiang Wanchen hung up the phone quickly. He still had many other things to deal with. If the United States did that, no one could predict the consequences. Yue, tomorrow Saturday, come to Leishan County. Xiaofen sent a message to Su Yue. Su Yue only has the acquired level of cultivation, but Xiaoxue is at the Grandmaster level. She and Xiaoxue in Leishan County may bring considerable help. The border of the Dragon Empire in the alien world. There was no movement on Xiaohai's side, but the Black Tiger Empire was getting ready to move. General, if we don't attack again, the Dragon Empire might get enough bombs. How should we deal with it then? Yes, General, although our attack will cause great losses and may even fail, the Dragon Empire will definitely suffer huge losses. Many generals in the Black Tiger Empire's Central Army made suggestions. They waited anxiously day by day. The Dragon Empire's 500,000 troops gathered at the border, and Xiaohai led the army in person, but there was no movement for several days. What was he planning? Huyan Shenying frowned. With his ability, he judged that if they attacked by force, the losses would be very huge, and they had a high chance of defeat, but what the others said was not unreasonable. Xiaohai was probably waiting for military reinforcements. Central Army, left wing, right wing, prepare to attack at the same time. This battle will be a difficult one for us, but the warriors of our grasslands must never let the southern barbarians set foot on our land. Huyan Shenying said sternly. Yes, Marshal. A group of generals stood up in the military tent, their fighting spirit boiling. They had 700,000 people, while Xiaohai and his men only had 500,000 people. They had never really fought against the Shura Legion, so they were not afraid. In the eyes of many people on the Black Tiger Empire side, if there were no strange and terrible bombs, they would probably win the battle between the two sides. In their eyes, the southern barbarians were weaklings. Soldiers, more than 10 days ago, those southern barbarians killed many of our people with despicable means. Tell me, what should we do? The general on the left wing returned to the camp, and he flew in the air and shouted. Kill, kill, kill. The 150,000 soldiers on the left wing shouted. Xiaohai and his men had not used cluster bombs for so long, and many of them judged that there should be no more, and they had been looking forward to a battle. Kill, kill, kill. The 150,000 soldiers on the right wing soon shouted the same. Although more than 200,000 people died in the front, the soldiers on the Black Tiger Empire side were still very vigorous, and those people did not die in real battles. All soldiers, listen to my order. Fight tooth for tooth, blood for blood. Under the protection of the god of the grassland, our warriors of the grassland are invincible. Huyan Shenying shouted. Kill, kill. The 300,000 soldiers in the Central Army also roared, and their momentum was even stronger. The Black Tiger Empire has a total of 700,000 soldiers here, 150,000 on the left wing, 150,000 on the right wing, 300,000 in the Central Army, and 100,000 in the rear. Boom. 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 The horses galloped, and the 600,000 soldiers of the Black Tiger Empire began to charge. They were scattered at first, but the Shenlong Empire was not scattered. They rushed over and the team gradually became dense. There is no way to deal with this situation. If they rush over sparsely, they will only be shot by the soldiers of the Shenlong Empire. I can't help it. It's a pity that it's too late. My dear grandson has sent me many cluster bombs. Xiao Hai's eyes flashed with cold light. Soldiers, follow me to kill the enemy. Xiao Hai roared. Many strong men from the Dragon Empire flew over to fight against the strong men from the Black Tiger Empire. They had a big advantage in this regard. The Dragon Empire had more than 200 million people, while the Black Tiger Empire had only more than 30 million. The population gap was there, so the Dragon Empire must have more strong men. Boom. Boom. The strong men from both sides quickly fought in the sky. Xiao Hai and his men did not use cluster bombs immediately. This situation made the soldiers from the Black Tiger Empire more at ease. They kept moving forward, and the distance between them gradually narrowed. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 312 Huyan Shenying dies. Boom, boom, boom. When the Black Tiger Empire cavalry was only 2 or 3 miles away, violent explosions occurred in a large area, and many people and horses in front were blown to the ground. Xiao Hai had people secretly lay mines long ago. These mines were buried a little deeper, and people would not be hurt if they stepped on them, but they would explode immediately if the fast-running warhorses stepped on them. Hiss! The violent explosion slowed down the warhorses in front immediately. But countless warhorses in the back were still moving forward, and the battle formation of the Black Tiger Empire suddenly became more dense. Not good. Some strong men of the Black Tiger Empire noticed something was wrong. But their powerful men were basically entangled by the strong men of the Dragon Empire. Boom. 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 Xiao Hai and others released the cluster bombs in their space treasures, and they fell to the ground at a high speed like the sickle of the god of death. Defense, defense. Resist those things. Some strong men of the Black Tiger Empire said in shock. Many of them blocked some of the cluster bombs at the risk of being injured. But Xiao Hai and his men were stronger. Under their obstruction, 60% to 70% of the cluster bombs quickly reached the height of explosion. Boom. Boom. Earth-shattering explosions occurred. Each explosion took the lives of many soldiers and horses. Ah! Hiss! Screams and screams of horses rang out. Cluster bombs are ineffective against powerful warriors, but they are easy to kill ordinary soldiers, and they have a terrible impact on the morale of ordinary soldiers. Damn it! Huyan Shenying's eyes were bloodshot. Kill! He and the ancestor of the Black Tiger Empire joined forces to deal with Xiao Hai. The Black Tiger Empire's ancestor had a perfect level of martial arts, but even so, the two of them joined forces to fight Xiao Hai and still lost. Boom. Boom. Cluster bombs were still exploding, and the casualties of the Black Tiger Empire increased wildly. It's terrible. The power of these things is actually nothing compared to the top strong men, but their ability to kill ordinary soldiers is really terrible. At least 200,000 people died in this wave of the Black Tiger Empire. Many soldiers on the side of the Dragon Empire talked about it. They were all excited. Although the Black Tiger Empire was miserable, they would not sympathize with the enemy. The Black Tiger Empire was not polite when it invaded the Flame Dragon clan in the past. They have done things like massacring a city. Retreat, retreat. Everyone retreat. The sound of the explosion stopped, and Huyan in the sky roared. He roughly judged that the death must be more than 200,000, and there are still many injured. Many of the uninjured have lost their will to fight. In this state, facing the army of the Dragon Empire, the consequences can be imagined. Soldiers, it's time to make achievements. Your Majesty is watching, and the dead ancestors of our Yanlong clan are watching. Kill! A general from the Dragon Empire shouted. Boom. Boom. The ground vibration continued to intensify, and 150,000 Shura cavalry rushed out first. Retreat, retreat quickly. Damn, how to retreat? The soldiers of the Black Tiger Empire were dizzy from the cluster bombs, and there were big pits in many places on the ground. Many soldiers were in great chaos. They couldn't retreat in a short time. The distance was only 2 or 3 miles, and the 150,000 people of the Shura Legion came to kill them soon. Puff! Puff! On one side was the well-formed heavy cavalry, and on the other side was the chaotic and poorly trained light cavalry. The battle was a one-sided massacre. The front troops resist the enemy's attack. The rear troops retreat as fast as they can. Huyen Shenying roared. His heart was bleeding. Although the Black Tiger Empire could recruit millions of soldiers if it tried its best, the first ones to be gathered were the young and strong men from various tribes. Their death was a huge loss for the Black Tiger Empire. Xiao Hai, if you continue to attack, be careful that our Black Tiger Empire will retaliate in full, and your Shenlong Empire will be in chaos. Huyen Shenying said sternly. Xiao Hai said in a deep voice, if you dare to do so, I will destroy your country and race. I will attack cities including Jinyuan City. The number of top strongmen is not as good as our Shenlong Empire, and the ordinary soldiers are not as good now. Who gave you the courage to threaten me like this? Huyen Shenying's face was extremely ugly. His threat was completely insignificant compared to Xiao Hai's threat to destroy their country and race. Your Majesty Xiao, if you ask them to stop, our Black Tiger Empire will consider withdrawing from the northern border. The ancestor of the Black Tiger Empire said. Let's talk about this after the fight. How many of you can escape depends on your ability. Xiao Hai said domineeringly. The Shura Corps is now doing its best to kill the enemy. He will not let them retreat at this time. Since the battle has begun, the enemy must be hurt at once. As time passed, Huyen Shenying and his men were bleeding. Of the 600,000 people they attacked, less than 200,000 escaped. If it were not for the good mobility of the light cavalry, the casualties would have been even more tragic. Ancestor, please retreat. With such a heavy death, I have no face to see His Majesty again. Besides, Xiao Hai will definitely not let us all leave. One of us will definitely die. Huyen Shenying said in a voice transmission. They have many masters, but there are more on the side of the Shenlong Empire. It is impossible to keep all of them, but some of them will definitely be left. The Empire will treat your family well. The ancestor of the Black Tiger Empire said in a voice transmission. He quickly fled away. Xiao Hai, let's die together. Huyen Shenying roared, and endless flames burst out of his body. These flames formed giant eagles that surrounded Xiao Hai. The other strong men around retreated far away. Huyen Divine Eagle is now burning his vitality to launch a big move. The flames that form the giant eagles are all white, and the temperature is as high as several thousand degrees. Roar! Xiao Hai is surrounded by golden dragons. He also releases dazzling golden light. Xiao Hai wants to rush out now, but he can't. The giant eagles have formed a powerful formation, and they will not dissipate before the power is consumed. Huyen Divine Eagle has only the cultivation of the peak of the martial emperor, but the forbidden moves he releases by burning all his vitality are enough to kill ordinary martial emperor perfection strongmen. Don't let the enemy run away. I can handle it. Xiao Hai's voice spread out. Some strong men of the Dragon Empire intend to come to rescue Xiao Hai. If they do so, the enemies they have besieged will escape. Xiao Hai, you must die. Huyen Divine Eagle's murderous voice rang between heaven and earth. He also burned his soul. The color of more than a dozen white giant eagles took on some black, and the temperature of the flame soared by another 1,000 or 2,000 degrees, and the steel would melt in an instant. Even if Xiao Hai had a powerful defensive treasure, even if the 9-turn true dragon art had strong defense, Xiao Hai was still in danger in such a terrifying attack. A martial emperor with a weak defense would surely die if faced with such a situation. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The terrifying giant flaming eagle in the sky finally weakened. Break! Xiao Hai blasted the formation with all his strength. He was seriously injured. But it was not obvious from the outside. The dragons surrounded Xiao Hai, and he was like a god of war descending in the sky. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 313 preparing to bomb the spirit cave, Your Majesty is fine. Great. Seeing Xiao Hai coming out of the fire eagle formation, the strong men of the Dragon Empire were overjoyed. Their morale was boosted, and the strong men of the Black Tiger Empire were terrified. Xiao Hai flew close to two of the strong men. These two strong men were both martial emperors. One of them was a strongman from the Dragon Empire, and the other was a strongman from the Black Tiger Empire. The strongman of the Black Tiger Empire was entangled by the strongman of the Dragon Empire. His strength was weaker, and it was not easy for him to escape. It was not particularly easy for the martial emperor of the Dragon Empire to kill him. Roar! Xiao Fen waved his hand. The dragon hovering around him rushed over instantly. The dragon tore through the defense of the martial emperor of the Black Tiger Empire in an instant. With a wave of its dragon claws, the martial emperor of the Black Tiger Empire was directly covered in blood. His body fell from the sky. They were both martial emperors, but Xiao Hai was a top martial emperor of perfection, while the martial emperor of the Black Tiger Empire was only in the early stage of martial emperor, and his initial strength was much weaker. Go help the others and end the battle as soon as possible. Xiao Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. The martial emperor who had escaped from the Dragon Empire said excitedly. Puff. Xiao Hai attacked again and killed another martial emperor from the Black Tiger Empire. Two full-strength attacks made his injuries worse. Xiao Hai landed on the ground and did not attack again. The two martial emperors who had escaped were enough to quickly tilt the balance of victory towards the Dragon Empire. It would be difficult for the enemy's strong men who had not escaped to escape. Time passed by, and the battles in the sky and on the ground gradually subsided. Your Majesty, we have won a great victory. We have annihilated more than 270,000 enemies and captured more than 130,000 enemies. We killed 7 enemy martial emperors and more than 50 martial emperors. Shen Jingtian knelt in front of Xiao Hai and said respectfully. His body was shaking, which was due to excitement. In the past, the Divine Flame Empire had never won such a great victory in the war with the Black Tiger Empire. This time the results were even more brilliant than the last time. Last time, a total of 300,000 prisoners were annihilated, and this time the total reached 400,000. And this time many strong men were killed. The Black Tiger Empire's military god Huyan Shenying died in the battle with Xiao Hai. How are our casualties? Xiao Hai said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, our casualties are very few, less than 1,000 dead, and only 3,000 or 4,000 injured. They can all get good treatment. Shen Jingtian reported. Xiao Hai nodded slightly. They also had casualties, which was inevitable. Although their side was much stronger, the Black Tiger Empire was not made of clay. They fought hard and would definitely kill some. Collect the bones of the dead soldiers and take them home. They have made an indispensable contribution to such a great victory. The pension for the families of the soldiers who died in the battle will be doubled. Xiao Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Shen Jingtian nodded. Xiao Hai looked to the northwest, and a faint smile appeared on his face. In the two battles, the Black Tiger Empire lost 700,000 soldiers. The Black Tiger Empire will definitely not be able to fight again. Negotiation is their only choice. The northern border will definitely be recovered. And there will be other gains. If the Black Tiger Empire had negotiated earlier and returned the northern frontier, it would have been fine. Now that the Black Tiger Empire has suffered 2 major defeats, it is impossible to return only the northern frontier. Your Majesty, what about the captives? Shen Jingtian asked. Last time there were only tens of thousands of captives, this time there are more than 100,000. Are there captives? Xiao Hai said indifferently. The current situation is different from before. If the tens of thousands of captives last time were abolished and sent back, the Black Tiger Empire would definitely consume a lot of resources to treat them. Now that these hundreds of thousands of people are sent back, the Black Tiger Empire will not care. Their survival will do more harm than good to the Dragon Empire. Your Majesty, I understand. Shen Jingtian left quickly. 2 hours later, all the hundreds of thousands of captives of the Black Tiger Empire were beheaded, and many new recruits of the Dragon Empire who had never seen blood also saw blood. Your Majesty, all the captives will be executed. Shen Jingtian came to Xiao Hai again. Xiao Hai nodded slightly. Send the battle report here quickly, let the soldiers have a good rest, there may be more battles next. Although he judged that the Black Tiger Empire should not fight again, they must be prepared, it would be bad if they capsized in the gutter. Yes, Your Majesty. Shen Jingtian left. Xiao Hai went to his house. Without suppressing the injury, his face quickly turned pale. Huyan Shenying is quite strong. Xiao Hai thought to himself. Although Huyan Shenying did not have the perfect cultivation of the martial emperor, he was very close. Burning his vitality and burning his soul, he burst out with great strength. A pill appeared in his hand, and Xiao Hai swallowed it quickly. The power contained in this pill is much stronger than the life spirit liquid. Last time I told my grandson that I would receive the 100,000 sets of armor in 3 days. Now in this situation, I am afraid I will have to postpone contacting my grandson for 2 days. Xiao Hai thought to himself. He practiced the 9-turn true dragon art with all his strength. The Dragon Empire won a great victory, annihilating 400,000 Black Tiger Empire soldiers. The Black Tiger Empire's military god died in battle. A powerful warrior of the martial emperor level passed the news, and in just a few hours, the news from the border reached the divine capital, and the entire divine capital was boiling. Countless people were excited. The Black Tiger Empire lost a total of 700,000 soldiers and horses, and its national strength was greatly damaged. For a long time in the future, the Black Tiger Empire should not be able to target the Dragon Empire again. The northern frontier will definitely return to the Dragon Empire. The Dragon Empire is unstoppable. I heard that the Dragon Empire has received help from another world, and we must send back the news. Our country must also pay attention to the development of this aspect. People from many other countries in the divine capital were extremely shocked. Many news spread from the divine capital. Earth, South America, Base 13. Joseph brought King Jean and the assassin here. General Joseph, I have something to say to you. Professor Milo found Joseph. Joseph smiled and said, Professor Milo, if you have anything to say, just say it. Professor Milo said solemnly, General Joseph, you want to blow up the spirit cave, have you ever thought about the consequences of doing so? What if the spirit cave becomes bigger? Doing so may make it easier for creatures from other worlds to come to our side, and it may also cause large-scale spatial disturbances. Joseph said, Professor Milo, do you know how many spirit caves there are in the world? Professor Milo shook his head. Joseph said, you don't know, and I don't know either, but the number is definitely not small. There are so many spirit caves located all over the world, and sooner or later there will be forces bombing the spirit caves. In this case, why don't we, the United States, take the initiative? If there are bad consequences, everyone will bear them together, and if there are benefits, we will get them. Professor Milo frowned and said, General Joseph, if we are given more time, we will have a better understanding of the spirit caves. Professor Milo, the spirit cave must be destroyed. Its existence is not good for the country. Move immediately, you can go to other spirit caves for research. Joseph said. Professor Milo said quickly, General Joseph, I won't leave. I can get the latest information here if I stay. I have to stay. Joseph frowned and said, Professor Milo, if you stay, we can't guarantee your safety. Are you sure you want to stay? Sure. 2 hours later, everyone at Base 13 was evacuated. Professor Milo also arrived 5 kilometers away. Begin. General Joseph ordered. He was next to Professor Milo, King Jean and the assassin were also there, and there was a helicopter next to them. If there was any problem, they could leave immediately by helicopter. Midline Horizontal Ellipsis Chapter 3:14 The Impact of the Bombing. Buzz, buzz. At base number 13, a strong current surged, and the space channel was opened. A high explosive bomb weighing several hundred kilograms was grabbed by a mechanical hand. The bomb was quickly stuffed into the space channel. Various instruments were recording data nearby. Various automatic weapons were aimed at the entrance of the space channel. The close-in defense guns on the ships were all deployed, and many bombs were placed around the entire base. If there was a situation, those automatic weapons would open immediately. If they could not solve it, the entire base number 13 would be blown into ruins. God bless. Professor Milo prayed in his heart. It was impossible for a bomb weighing several hundred kilograms to be transmitted to the other side. Their plan was to let the bomb be transmitted to the space channel and then automatically detonated. If the space channel was like a connected waterway, then under the bombing, the surrounding soil would collapse and fill the waterway. However, no one had ever done such a thing as bombing a space channel. Whether it would succeed or not, and what the consequences would be, no one could predict. In the other world, Xiao Hai opened his eyes instantly. The spirit cave channel was right next to him, in the house he built on the border. It shouldn't be, my dear grandson, that the spirit cave channel is open at this time. Xiao Hai's eyes flashed with brilliance. He wanted to see who the United States would send next. It's time. Professor Milo muttered to himself. Boom. Inside the spirit cave channel, a high explosive bomb weighing several hundred kilograms advanced about 1/3. Its mass was large, and the space channel was already unstable. In an instant, this high explosive bomb weighing several hundred kilograms exploded inside the space channel. The power of the explosion spread quickly. The space channel, which was originally about 1 meter in diameter, expanded to 3 or 4 meters in a short period of time. Huh. Xiao Hai showed a puzzled look in his eyes. What's going on? The space channel has become larger, but he feels that the space channel is extremely unstable. If someone enters it, the possibility of death in this space channel is very high. Go. Although he was puzzled, Xiao Hai did not hesitate. His powerful power enveloped a group of big dogs. These big dogs all had the strength of a grandmaster, and they had all been trained. They knew the breath of Xiao Fan and Su Yue. As long as they sensed the breath of Xiao Fan and others, these big dogs would look for Xiao Fan and others, and after finding them, they would listen to Xiao Fan and others obediently. Xiao Hai had trained them in advance, intending to pass them on to Xiao Fan in the future. He would pass on whichever one Xiao Fan liked, but he didn't expect that he would use it now. Woof, woof. There were about 20 dogs that entered the space channel, and they moved forward quickly. Puff. There were invisible space fragments in the space channel. The leading big dog hit one of the space fragments, and its head was immediately cut off in half. The other big dogs dodged. However, there were many space fragments, and there were even more terrifying space cracks. 20 big dogs kept dying. The space channel, which was expanding at the beginning, kept shrinking. Swish. At the last moment, a smaller black dog finally rushed out of the space channel. It reached the Faraday cage. The extremely strong Faraday cage was torn apart by it in a short time. Da-da-da. Automatic machine guns, including the terrifyingly powerful close-in defense guns, opened fire quickly. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of a master-level warrior can reach 100 meters per second. This black dog has the strength of a grandmaster, and its speed is even more terrifying. The power of the close-in defense gun was terrifying, but the speed of the gun barrel could not keep up with the speed of the black dog. As for the machine guns, the black dog simply ignored them. Detonate the base, quickly. Joseph said immediately. There were 2 close-in defense guns installed in the base, but they did not kill the target, allowing the monsters that rushed out to escape. They would be in big trouble. Boom. The entire base immediately exploded violently. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Woo-woo, sensing the danger, the black dog desperately rushed into the sky. It jumped dozens of meters high, and then was severely blown away by the power of the explosion. When it landed, the black dog was already hundreds of meters away. It was dying. Because it desperately jumped up at the end, the explosion did not kill it, but it was seriously injured by such a horrible explosion, with several large wounds on its body. Soon the black dog crawled into a tree hole and hid. Was that a dog just now? Did you blow it up? Joseph said in a deep voice. There were many cameras in the base, and they saw the black dog coming out through the cameras, but the black dog was too fast to see clearly. It was also impossible to determine whether the black dog was dead. Alliance leader, although it is very fast, it should not be able to escape the explosion range immediately. It is likely that it is dead. King Jean analyzed. He is good at defense, but in such a terrifying explosion, he knew that he would definitely die. Helicopter take off. Immediately. Joseph said in a deep voice, he didn't want to take risks. Soon the helicopter took them to an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. This height was relatively safe, and Joseph's heart was relieved. Before detonating the space channel, the helicopter cannot take off. If the space fluctuation helicopter fails, they can only fall from the air. The explosion will not affect the nearby area. At the same time, the explosion will temporarily expand the space channel and then collapse it. It's a pity that the explosion damaged all the instruments in the base. Professor Milo said regretfully. He only obtained a small amount of data. Professor Milo, if it is confirmed to be safe, you can also enter the ruins of the base for inspection. Joseph said. 10 minutes passed quickly. Under Joseph's command, several A-levels entered the destroyed base. There were big pits on the base. The power of the explosion is really terrible. Needless to say, hundreds of tons of various explosives were used. The black dog must be dead. It is estimated that the body was blown up. Several A-level evolvers chatted. They quickly checked the base and the surrounding area, but found nothing. At the same time, they did not encounter any attacks from monsters. Second team, go. Joseph ordered. The second team was ordinary soldiers. There were more of them. They searched a larger area and found nothing. One of the soldiers led the dog to the area where the black dog was hiding, but the dog did not dare to bark. Professor Milo, we can go down. Try to detect it as much as possible and then we will evacuate. Joseph said. Their helicopter landed. In Leishan County, Suyawei had already come. It was night here. Suyawei was sleeping, and Xiaofan was still practicing in the master bedroom. Xiaofan noticed something unusual. He first felt an invisible space fluctuation, and then he felt that the spiritual energy coming out of the spirit cave had increased, and the increase was quite a lot. Break it. Xiaofan tried his best to break through. He was only a little bit away from breaking through, and now with the increase of spiritual energy, he tried his best to break through to the peak level of innateness. Boom. New meridians were opened, and powerful dragon essence quickly poured in to nourish the meridians. With new meridians joining the circulation, the dragon essence that his body can accommodate will increase, and the dragon energy obtained from each Zhoutian cultivation will also increase. At the same time, he can mobilize dragon essence faster in battle, and he can mobilize more. Woo-woo, as Xiaofan's cultivation broke through, the powerful spiritual energy around him continued to flow into his body, and the spiritual energy flowing out of the spirit cave increased a little. I'm afraid this spirit cave is close to A-level. What's going on? Half an hour later, Xiaofan consolidated his cultivation, and the spirit cave became stable. Ding! Xiaofan's mobile phone rang at this time. It was Jiang Wanchen calling. Xiaofan, has the spiritual energy in your spirit cave increased or decreased? Jiang Wanchen said quickly. Xiaofan said, Director Jiang, what do you mean? Jiang Wanchen said, the United States bombed base number 13, and the rest of the countries are still unclear. The spiritual energy of some of our spiritual caves has increased, and some have decreased. How is yours? Jiang Wanchen was nervous. The spiritual cave on Xiaofan's side still belongs to Xiaofan, but they can do some research. This spiritual cave is the strongest spiritual cave in China. It has increased. And the spiritual energy has increased a lot, it should be close to the A-level spiritual cave. Xiaofan said. Ha. Jiang Wanchen let out a long breath, that's good, the spiritual energy of the spiritual cave in Liuhe County has decreased, and it has decreased by half. Midline Horizontal Ellipsis Chapter 315, Global Monster Crisis. Xiaofan was surprised. Such a result was unexpected. Director Jiang, what's the situation at Base 13 now? Xiaofan asked. Jiang Wanchen said, satellite images show that the entire Base 13 was bombed, and huge deep pits appeared in the base. Bombed the entire base? Xiaofan was a little surprised. Jiang Wanchen said, according to our analysis, they should not have bombed the entire base at first. Something may have come out of it. They bombed the entire base to destroy the things that came out. Xiaofan, you have to pay attention to see if there will be any powerful monsters coming out of your side. Xiaofan replied, okay, I'll go around and check it out. Jiang Wanchen hung up the phone, and Xiaofan immediately woke up Suyawei. He didn't plan to let Suyawei go out, but Suyawei had to know about this, and she had to quickly check the news from all over the world. Husband, be careful. Su Yue warned. Xiao Fan told Su Yue about the relevant situation, and Su Yue immediately began to check. Time passed by minute by minute. Xiao Fan searched at a relatively fast speed. His mental power could cover a large area. He could immediately find any monsters that appeared. Without going through the space channel, the creatures that happened to come here would not be very strong, but for ordinary people, they were still very scary. Woo, woo. While Xiao Fan was searching, many policemen and armed police soldiers in Leishan County were also searching. If there was any problem, they would report it immediately. Half an hour passed in a blink of an eye. Ding. Su Yue sent a message to Xiao Fan. Hubby, about half of the known spirit caves in the world have become weaker, and half have become stronger. There is no news from Base 13 yet. Xiao Fan secretly rejoiced. Half of them were strengthened, and half of them were weakened. The spirit caves in Leishan County were strengthened. His luck was still good. The stronger the spirit caves were, the faster he could practice. Yue, have you found any monsters? Yes, a vampire bat was found in Europe. It is much larger than ordinary bats and has innate strength. It appeared on the street and killed dozens of people in a short time. A firefox was found in the United States. It can spit out fireballs from its mouth. The power is stronger than grenades. It has blown up several houses. Xiao Fan's eyes showed a solemn look. There are many spirit caves that have not been discovered in the world. By then, there must be monsters that have not been discovered. It is estimated that all parts of the world will be busy in the coming time. Bomb it, you are happy now. Xiao Fan thought to himself. If the United States did not bomb, the innate monsters would definitely not appear now. Innate monsters are very scary. Although the United States and Europe have innate strongmen, it takes time for them to rush to the scene of the incident. How many people will die in this process? Countries without innate strongmen are more troublesome. Ding. At this time, Xiao Fan's mobile phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but Xiao Fan still answered it quickly. Mr. Xiao, we are east of Leishan County. We have a situation here. A farmer's cow was killed and one of its legs was bitten off. I'll be there right away. Send a signal flare. Xiao Fan used the space treasure and teleported more than 10 kilometers away. Bang. A signal flare exploded in the sky. Soon Xiao Fan arrived at the scene of the accident. The leg of a large buffalo was bitten off. It wailed in pain and blood kept flowing out. I'm afraid this cow won't live long. Mr. Xiao, the leg bones of such a large cow are very hard, but it was easily bitten off. The monster that appeared here should be very powerful. The police officer who fired the flare said. Yeah. Xiao Fan released his mental power, and soon he found clues. Teleport, teleport. After teleporting twice, Xiao Fan found a creature that appeared. It was a crocodile-like creature. It was close to the water and was about to enter the water. Black-scaled demon crocodile. The exit on the other side of the spirit cave is indeed in the Black Abyss Demon River. Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. His powerful mental power instantly rushed into the body of the black-scaled demon crocodile cub, and the black-scaled demon crocodile immediately fell into a coma. This black-scaled demon crocodile is only 2 meters long, and the adult black-scaled demon crocodile is dozens of meters long. They are terrifying monsters of the martial emperor level. With this black-scaled demon crocodile cub, Xiao Fan teleported to the police officer who notified him. Take this to my villa. I'll continue to look for it in other places. Xiao Fan put the black-scaled demon crocodile cub in the trunk of the police car. It won't wake up, right? The police officer in front of Xiao Fan said worriedly. Xiao Fan shook his head. It won't wake up in 4 or 5 hours. Hurry up and send it over. It will be safe. Okay. The police officer left quickly. Xiao Fan continued to search. He searched for another 2 hours without realizing it, and found nothing else. Xiao Fan had already searched more than 10 kilometers away. Since a black-scaled demon crocodile cub with strength reaching the innate level appeared, the probability of other demon beasts appearing here was not high. But even so, Xiao Fan still searched for another hour. He consumed 70% to 80% of his mental power. Ding. Jian Wanchen called. Xiao Fan quickly answered. Xiao Fan, my helicopter will be here soon. Okay. Xiao Fan quickly returned to the villa. Jiang Wanchen came here to take away the black-scaled demon crocodile cub. Demon beasts of this level have great research value, so Xiao Fan chose to capture it alive. Yue Wei, what is the situation in the world? Xiao Fan asked. Su Yue is now fully focused on checking the news of each place. There are about 10 monster crises discovered around the world. The country with the most casualties is Dongyang. A poisonous snake appeared there. The poison gas spread and killed thousands of people. The poisonous snake burrowed into the ground and disappeared. It is estimated that there will be more casualties in the future. Su Yue said. According to the global situation, the probability of monsters appearing in places where the spirit cave becomes stronger is much higher. The stronger the spirit cave, the stronger the monsters that appear may be. Xiao Fan nodded. How many monsters have been discovered in our country so far? 2. The other one is at the acquired level. It bit the rocket with its mouth. The rocket exploded in its mouth and killed it. But before it died, it also killed more than a dozen people. Compared with other places in the world, it is considered to have very few deaths. Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that there are fewer deaths in China. There are more deaths in other countries, and Xiao Fan can't care so much. What about Base 13? Xiao Fan asked. Su Yue said, many other countries have questioned the United States. The United States has revealed that the spirit cave at Base 13 is closed. Xiao Fan secretly thought it was a pity. It would be great if the spirit cave at Base 13 could become stronger. It seems that bombing a spirit cave is somewhat similar to bombing a dam, Xiao Fan said. If there are many holes on a dam, bombing one of them will cause the holes in other places to be shaken and may become larger or smaller. Midline Horizontal Ellipsis Chapter 316 Jin Hanzong's mentality collapses in another world, Jin Yuan City. G. A martial emperor-level warrior rode into Jin Yuan City on a fast horse, his face full of anxiety. Lord Tage Woody's face seems to be a little strange. Is there a problem on the front line? It shouldn't be. We have gathered 700,000 warriors on the front line. Many people talked about it, and many of them showed worry in their eyes. Tage Woody quickly entered the imperial city, and soon he arrived in front of the Black Tiger Empire Emperor Jin Hanzong. Jin Hanzong was uneasy. Your Majesty, I am willing to die. Tage Woody knelt down and said in a trembling voice. Jin Hanzong's face changed. Tage Woody said this, the situation might be more serious than he expected. What's the situation, tell me? Jin Hanzong took a deep breath and said. Tage Woody said painfully, Your Majesty, the Shenlong Empire has not taken any action. The Marshal and the ancestors all think that the Shenlong Empire must be waiting for support from the other world. We must attack first. Yes. Jin Hanzong nodded. This decision was fine in his opinion. If he was at the front, he would have made the same judgment. Emperor Tagwu cried, the Dragon Empire still has many bombs. Our soldiers charged and were directly killed by more than 200,000. Many were killed by the soldiers of the Shura Legion. A total of 400,000 died. Jin Hanzong was stunned. The casualties were so terrible. There were a total of 700,000 troops on the front line, which was an extremely large army. 400,000 people died, and the death rate was more than half. Your Majesty, in order to let the ancestors leave, the commander died in battle. Emperor Tagwu said in a hoarse voice. What? Jin Hanzong's face changed wildly. Huyen Shenying was the god of war of their Black Tiger Empire and a top-level martial emperor. His death in battle was more painful for Jin Hanzong than the death of 100,000 more. Huyen Shenying was loyal to him and had a powerful tribe behind him. If Huyen Shenying was alive, the Black Tiger Empire would not be so easy to split. Your Majesty, please accept my condolences. Emperor Tagwu said in a hoarse voice. Jin Hanzong leaned back on the chair weakly. He was pale. He had lost 300,000 troops before, and now he had lost 400,000 troops. There has never been such a disastrous defeat in the history of the Black Tiger Empire. Is the Dragon Empire still attacking? Your Majesty, not yet. Emperor Tagwa shook his head. Jin Hanzong looked to the east. It seemed that the northern border of the Dragon Empire in the east of the Black Tiger Empire could not be saved and had to be returned to the Dragon Empire. And returning the northern border might not end the war. How much did the Dragon Empire lose? Jin Hanzong asked. If the Dragon Empire also suffered heavy losses, the situation would be better. About 1,000 people died in the Dragon Empire. Jin Hanzong. They died 400,000 people, and the Dragon Empire died 1,000 people. This ratio is too disparate. If it gets out, it will be a huge blow to the morale of the Black Tiger Empire. In previous wars, they had 5,000 people and dared to take the initiative to attack the Dragon Empire's 20,000-man team. The chance of winning the battle was not low. Will they dare to do it in the future? Without courage, the combat effectiveness will definitely be greatly reduced. You go down first. I want to be alone. Jin Hanzong waved his hand. Xiao Hai sighed. The bomb exploded in the spirit cave passage. He first felt the power of space surge out, and a lot of spiritual energy surged back out. Then he felt that the spiritual energy stopped flowing. I'm afraid this spirit cave passage has been blown down. Then my dear grandson will not be able to gain great benefits through this spirit cave passage in the future. I wonder if there are any spirit dogs that have come to Earth. Xiao Hai thought to himself. As long as one of them passes, it will be a great help to Xiao Fan. All those spirit dogs have the strength of a grandmaster. This spirit cave is destroyed, so there is no need to stay here any longer. Xiao Hai thought to himself. He quickly sent down the order. 150,000 Shura Corps soldiers and 100,000 other cavalrymen set off, aiming at Jinyuan City. It would take 7 or 8 days to get there. 150,000 Shura Corps soldiers can fight against 600,000 or 700,000 Black Tiger Empire soldiers, plus 100,000 other cavalrymen. The Black Tiger Empire cannot threaten them. In a few days, Xiao Fan will be able to send 100,000 sets of armor over, and then the other 100,000 cavalrymen can also become heavy armored cavalrymen and their combat power will soar. Alas! Xiao Hai sighed. Shen Jingtian and others took people to Jinyuan City, and he returned to the capital of gods. Thinking of those memorials gave him a headache. The United States bombed the spirit cave on the border, and I wonder if the other spirit caves were affected. Xiao Hai thought to himself. He estimated that the spatial fluctuations would most likely affect the other spirit caves. Long live His Majesty, long live His Majesty. Long live His Majesty, long live His Majesty. A few hours later, Xiao Hai returned to the capital. Before he came back, someone had already informed him that countless people were about 10 to 20 miles away from the city to welcome Xiao Hai. The news of the great victory of the Dragon Empire had been reported back. 2 great victories wiped out 700,000 enemies. The Yanlong clan had never had such a record in the previous dynasties. The northern border must be able to return. There should be no hope for rebellion. Yeah. Someone whispered in the distance. Last time Xiao Hai and his men wiped out 300,000 enemies, many people in the country who wanted to rebel gave up, but after that, there were still a few stubborn elements who had ideas. Now the stubborn elements can only give up. If they had wiped out 300,000 enemies, the Black Tiger Empire would still have ideas, but now that 700,000 people have died, the major tribes of the Black Tiger Empire will definitely not support the fight anymore. Xiao Hai grinned. He felt very happy to be welcomed by countless people. South America on Earth, at base number 13. Professor Milo, how is it? Joseph asked. Professor Milo and others used various instruments, and they carefully examined them. Professor Milo said, "This cave has been blocked. Everyone can evacuate. This cave has no value." That's good. Joseph nodded. Professor Milo, if that's the case, let's retreat. You can go to other caves for research. Professor Milo asked, have other caves been affected? Joseph's face was not very good. Some caves have become stronger, and some have become weaker. It seems to be half and half globally. 60% of our American caves have become weaker. Professor Milo frowned secretly. In this way, by bombing this cave, they not only lost this cave, but also other caves. General Joseph, Have there been any monsters in other places? Have we suffered any losses in the United States? Professor Milo asked. Joseph was silent. General Joseph, I need to know this. Joseph took a deep breath and said, we have lost a total of 500 or 600 people, most of them are soldiers, but there are also about 200 civilians. Professor Milo's face changed. So many people died. Professor Milo, don't think too much. The spirit cave here must be destroyed, otherwise the spirit cave may allow Xiao Fan to gain more benefits. Joseph said in a deep voice. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 317 Going abroad with Su Yowei. After confirming that the spirit cave passage had been destroyed, Joseph and his team left quickly. Honey, I intercepted the conversation between Professor Milo and the others. Base number 13 was destroyed, and the spirit cave passage collapsed and disappeared. Su Yowei said to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan sighed slightly, it was a pity. However, the spirit cave in Leishan County was close to Class A, and this spirit cave was better for him. It was too inconvenient to go to base number 13. It took more than 60 hours on the plane to and from base number 13, and it would take several days to go to base number 13. Honey, I also got some surveillance videos when they detonated the base. Su Yowei said. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up, play the surveillance video, let me see. Okay. Su Yowei nodded. Although she got the surveillance video, she didn't watch it. Soon Su Yowei opened the surveillance videos she got on the computer one by one, and the two of them gathered in front of the computer to watch the surveillance videos carefully. When he saw the fifth copy, Xiao Fan's eyes showed surprise. Su Yowei was the same. They were playing the surveillance video of the spirit cave at this time, and in the video, a black spirit dog rushed out of the Faraday cage. The black spirit dog rushed out in a very short time. Is there any surveillance video of other places that can see it? Xiao Fan asked. Su Yowei immediately started looking for it. Xiao Fan and the others saw another short video clip in which the figure of the black spirit dog also flashed by. This speed should have reached the level of a grandmaster. Xiao Fan said. Su Yowei said, husband, it came out of the spirit cave passage. This dog is very likely given to you by the powerful alien who you cooperate with. Yes. Xiao Fan nodded. Su Yowei said, it was only a very short time before the entire base exploded. Although the dog is strong, it is very likely to have been blown to death. Xiao Fan frowned, Yowei, I have to go there again. Husband, do you think it is still possible to survive? You'd better not go there. Even if it is alive, it has the strength of a grandmaster. What if the powerful alien who you cooperate with is not good for you? Su Yowei was a little worried. Xiao Fan shook his head, the powerful who I cooperate with will not be bad for me. You don't have to worry about this. It's better for me to go there. The spirit dog must have been sent by Xiao Hai. With the strength of a grandmaster, it might still survive if it's lucky. Honey. Do we still need to forge an identity? Su Yowei asked. Xiao Fan thought for a while and shook his head. Such a big thing happened at base 13, affecting the whole world, it's normal for me to go there. It's not convenient to go there in first class with a disguised identity. It's really uncomfortable to go back and forth for more than 60 hours. With his own identity, he can book a first-class cabin and go there comfortably. Honey, then let's go together. Su Yowei's eyes lit up. I haven't been abroad yet, I want to see the rainforest. Xiao Fan said, do you have a passport? Su Yowei nodded. Even if she didn't have it, with her ability, she could easily fake it for herself. Honey, what about the visa? In the past, I used a fake identity, and the visa was also fake. Now I can't use a fake visa with my real identity. Su Yowei said. Xiao Fan thought for a while and said, I'll contact the 9th Security Bureau. Base 13 affects the whole world, it's normal for me to go there. Xiao Fan soon contacted Jiang Wanchen. Xiao Fan, there may be more monsters appearing in the territory of Huagua. Are you leaving now? Jiang Wanchen said. He didn't really want Xiao Fan to leave. Director Jiang, I have something to do. Okay then. Jiang Wanchen quickly communicated and helped Xiao Fan and his team get visas. The United States also got the news. Xiao Fan is now on the priority list of any country in the world. He went to Pakistan, and Pakistan shared the information with the United States. Damn it, Xiao Fan actually went to Base 13. He must be related to the incident at Base 13. Should we sanction him? Many people in the Evolutionary Alliance spoke up. Joseph looked at the guy who said he wanted to sanction Xiao Fan like a fool. They have already sent people to assassinate Xiao Fan, so how can they sanction him? Xiao Fan has no business in their United States. Besides, there is no evidence, so it is not appropriate to sanction a master-level warrior like Xiao Fan. Alliance leader, Xiao Fan brought Su Yowei with him. We have a chance. The assassin's eyes flashed. King Jin said, Alliance leader, when they arrive, we should still have an SS-level evolver coming out, right? Let's go meet him. Joseph pondered. If Xiao Fan didn't bring Su Yowei with him, he wouldn't consider killing Xiao Fan. Even if there were 3 SS-level evolvers, Xiao Fan might run away. Su Yowei went with them. It was a rare opportunity for them. If there are SS-level evolvers in the next 2 days, you should take action. Joseph said in a deep voice. In a blink of an eye, it was the next day. Xiao Fan and Su Yowei were still on the plane. Another SS-level evolver appeared in the Evolutionary Alliance. As long as they were willing to sacrifice lives and spend money, it would not be difficult for them to create an SS-level evolver. King Jin, you are the leader. Safety first. If something is impossible, don't force it. Joseph ordered. Okay, leader. King Jin, the assassin, and another SS-level evolver left together. They arrived in Ba country a little later than Xiao Fan and his team. Woo-woo, Xiao Fan and his team's flight was about to land. Police cars arrived at the airport one after another. For Ba country, Xiao Fan was a big dangerous element. Ji Feng Tian and others died in Xiao Fan's hands. Moreover, some people in Ba country suspected that the accident at base number 13 was also related to Xiao Fan. Mr. Xiao, Ms. Su, someone will pick you up. The flight attendant came to Xiao Fan and his team and reminded them in a low voice when the plane landed. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Several police cars drove directly into the airport, and there was a welcoming car in front of the police cars. Soon Xiao Fan and Su Yowei got off the plane. Mr. Xiao, welcome to Pakistan. We'll see you off. Someone from Pakistan said in Chinese. Xiao Fan smiled and nodded, thank you. Soon Xiao Fan and his friends got in the car, and Xiao Fan's mental power went into the plane. Xiao Xue's figure disappeared in the cargo hold. When she reappeared, Xiao Xue was already in Su Yowei's arms. Woo-woo dash, the police car led the way, and Xiao Fan and his friends quickly left the airport. Mr. Xiao, you are a master-level martial arts master. What brings you to Pakistan? The Pakistani envoy sitting in the co-pilot asked. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice, there was an accident at base 13. All the major spiritual caves in the world were affected. Some people in China also died because of it. I'll go to base 13 to take a look. This kind of thing can't happen again. The Pakistani envoy said, Mr. Xiao, you two came here together. Don't you plan to visit other places in our Pakistani country? Xiao Fan smiled faintly and said, maybe we will visit. I wonder if you can arrange a helicopter to take us to base 13. The Pakistani envoy nodded. Of course. To Pakistani people, Xiao Fan is a plague god. When he comes, they can only follow him. I hope Xiao Fan will leave soon. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 318, the tracks of the spirit dog. Soon the Pakistani envoy arranged a helicopter to take Xiao Fan and his group away. Thalys, do you think the higher-ups are crazy? Why did they ask him to come here? If it were me, we would just reject his visa and not welcome Xiao Fan to come. A man next to the Pakistani envoy who could speak Chinese said in Portuguese. He is a master, and he is still so young. Now that the spiritual energy has revived, what heights can he reach in the future if he doesn't die? Even now, a master-level warrior is already very scary. When monsters appear all over the world, maybe we will have to ask him for help. Thales said, just follow him and let him leave our Pakistani country as soon as possible. If he and the Americans have a conflict in the rainforest, it has nothing to do with us. Thalys, I don't think Xiao Fan and his group will have a smooth trip. It's okay if he is alone, but he actually brought Su Yue with him. The Americans will probably take action if they know the news. He is strong, but his brain doesn't seem to be enough. Thales glanced at the other party. He didn't say much. Xiaofan was able to reach the master-level cultivation at a young age, so he should have no shortage of intelligence, but it is also possible that he became arrogant because of his strength and underestimated the enemy. Taking the helicopter, Xiaofan and his team first arrived at the forward base in the rainforest. After refueling, the helicopter quickly sent Xiaofan and his team to base number 13. Mr. Xiao, I will wait for you at the forward base for 3 days. If you need to return, come to the forward base. The helicopter pilot left quickly after saying that. He could send Xiaofan and his team to base number 13, but he would not come to pick Xiaofan and his team up again. Xiaofan and his team might fight with the Americans. Honey, this place has been completely bombed. Su Yue said. There were big pits in the area where Xiaofan and his team were. After the rain, those big pits were filled with rainwater, and the entire base was completely ruined. The Americans will definitely not leave anything behind. Xiaofan arrived at the place where the spirit cave was originally located. He closed his eyes and sensed quietly. Xiaofan could only sense a trace of spatial power, and could not sense the spiritual energy flowing here. This spirit cave is indeed ruined. Let's quickly find the spirit dog. Xiaofan said. Meow. Xiaoxue cried out. It was originally small, but it turned out to be the size of a leopard. It looked at Su Yue and motioned Su Yue to sit on its back. Xiaoxue, you, Su Yue stared at Xiaoxue in a daze. She couldn't believe that the little cat had grown so big. Xiaofan smiled and said, Yue, it's a master-level spirit beast. It's normal for it to have such abilities. It will definitely have no problem carrying you forward. Yeah. Su Yue sat on Xiaoxue's back. Meow. Xiaoxue's figure flexibly rushed out. Su Yue had acquired cultivation after all, and she sat steadily on Xiaoxue's back. So fast. Xiaofan immediately accelerated and chased after her. Hubby, it's fun. Xiaoxue, you're so fast. Su Yue said happily. Xiaoxue kept jumping back and forth on the trees in the jungle. Su Yue sat on its back, like an elf in a fairy tale. Xiaofan followed with a smile, and his mental power scanned and paid attention to the surrounding situation. 10 minutes later, Xiaofan suddenly stopped. Xiaoxue, go back quickly. Su Yue said. Xiaoxue, who was rushing in front, immediately changed direction. Xiaofan arrived at a big tree. The tree was very thick and there was a hole in the middle of the tree. Xiaofan found blood in the hole. There was still a trace of spiritual energy in the blood. Honey, this should be left by that spiritual dog, right? Su Yue said in surprise. Xiaofan looked up and a black dog hair fell into his hand. The spiritual dog in the video was also black, so it should be that spiritual dog. 9 out of 10. It should be seriously injured and hide here for some time. When it recovers a little, it will probably move to other places. Xiaofan said. Su Yue said with some concern, will it be taken away by the Americans? Xiaofan shook his head, it is unlikely. There are no traces of fighting here. Even if it is seriously injured, it should be fine if it explodes a little. There are no traces of Americans coming here. Xiaofan looked at Xiaoxue. He checked the information and found that cats have very sensitive noses. What's more, Xiaoxue is a master-level monster. Its nose should be more sensitive. Xiaoxue, can you find it? Xiaofan asked. Xiaoxue shook her head. It would be no problem to find an ordinary dog, but that spirit dog is at the Grandmaster level and has a strong ability to restrain its breath. Its strength is not as good as that spirit dog. Xiaoxue, are there any other people here? Su Yue asked. Xiaoxue still shook her head. Xiaofan smiled. In this case, it must be that the spirit dog left by itself, but he didn't know how far it had left here. Yue, then we can only spend more time looking for it. Xiaofan said. He pulled out a strand of his hair and threw it into the cave. Then the spirit dog might return. If it returns, even if it can't smell that they have been here, it will definitely find the hair. Let's go. Xiao Fan and his friends continued to search. Gradually, time came to noon. It was late at night in China, and it was the time agreed by Xiao Fan and Xiao Hai. Come out. Xiao Fan waved his hand, and a picnic mat appeared on the ground, and there were tables, chairs, and other things. There was also a tent next to it, and there was a mirror inside the tent. Xiao Fan planned to tell Su Yue about the existence of his grandfather. Honey, it's fun to have a picnic in such a rainforest. Su Yue smiled. That's it. Xiao Fan said with a smile. Half an hour passed slowly, and Xiao Fan frowned secretly. The mirror was not knocked, and Xiao Hai didn't contact him when the agreed time came. Will there be any trouble with Grandpa? Xiao Fan thought to himself. If there was no serious situation, Xiao Hai should not fail to contact him. Could it be that the explosion of the spirit cave by the United States caused a huge reaction in the other world? Honey, is there something wrong? Su Yue asked. She could see that Xiao Fan's face was a little strange. Xiao Fan frowned and said, It's the time I agreed with the alien, but he didn't contact me. I'm a little worried that he's in trouble. Honey, maybe he was delayed by something. Don't worry, maybe he will contact you in a while. Honey, how about Xiao Xue and I go out first? It's also possible that the other party can sense that there is someone next to you, so there is no contact now. Su Yue said. Xiao Fan shook his head, the other party can't sense it before there is contact. With Xiao Xue protecting you, the enemy's chance of catching you is greatly reduced, you don't have to leave. Another half an hour passed, and Xiao Fan and his friends finished their picnic. Xiao Hai still didn't contact. Let's continue looking. Xiao Fan said. He put away all his things and put a small mirror in his pocket. As long as he has a mirror next to him, Xiao Hai can contact. 20 kilometers away from Xiao Fan and his friends, a helicopter is moving at low altitude. Only 10 kilometers away from base number 13, move. King Jean said in a deep voice, and he jumped off the helicopter. The assassin and another SS-level evolver also jumped from the helicopter. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 319 Enemy in the jungle. After the helicopter left, King Jean and his two companions quietly reached base 13. King Jean, Ice King, there are footprints here. Xiao Fan and his companions have been here. The assassin soon discovered something. King Jean and the other SS-level evolver, Ice King, quickly approached. Ice King has the ability to freeze extremely fast. For a person with strong physical defense like King Jean, it would be a headache to encounter Ice King. Ice King can freeze his body and blood. They came here by helicopter, so they must still be here. Should we hide here and wait, or go to the jungle to look for them? Ice King asked. King Jean looked at the jungle. Base 13 was blown up, but the rainforest trees in the distance were densely packed, so it would not be easy to find Xiao Fan and his companions. Let's hide here first. Xiao Fan and his companions should come again. King Jean said after thinking for a while. The assassin said, King Jean, they didn't search everywhere in the base. I think they came here for something else instead of the things in the base. King Jin's eyes flashed. You mean, Xiao Fan and the others know that there are monsters coming out, and their target is that dog monster? Yes. The assassin nodded. King Bing said, I think what the assassin said makes sense. If he just wants to know the changes in the spirit cave here, they can just stay here. King Jean frowned and said, if so, it means that our information has been leaked. It is most likely that the hacker Queen of China did it. If this person is not eliminated, it will seriously threaten the information security of our country. The assassin said, it's a pity that we don't know who she is yet. If we know, I can easily deal with her by myself. King Jean glanced over and saw that they did not leave any footprints. When they came over, they chose to step only on the stones. King Bing, make an ice room in the puddle over there, find a hidden place to ventilate, and we will hide inside. King Jean pointed to a large puddle and said, okay. Soon King Jean and the others hid. As long as Xiao Fan and his team have not left, they will most likely return. If Xiao Fan and his team have already left, it is useless for them to enter the jungle to look for them now. 40 or 50 kilometers away from base number 13, a black dog stood up. Its condition was much better than before, but its injuries were still quite serious. The black dog looked in the direction of base number 13. It was ready to move away. But before moving away, it still wanted to look around base number 13. If it could encounter the enemy who bombed it, it could still take revenge. The sky gradually darkened, and the jungle was pitch black. The black dog approached base number 13. Of course, the night would not have any effect on it. Woof woof. Suddenly, the black dog's eyes showed excitement. It smelled the scent of Xiao Fan and Su Yue. Xiao Hai has specially trained all of their spirit dogs. They are 100% loyal to Xiao Fan and his team. Spirit beasts are better than humans in this regard. Is there a dog barking? The Ice King whispered. King Jean nodded. I thought I heard it wrong. King Bing, you heard it too, so it must be right. The black dog is still alive. The assassin said, King Jean, we have to kill it. It's probably not weak. If it joins Xiao Fan, we may not be able to kill them. Yes. King Jean nodded. They quickly went outside. The black dog was closer to the base at this time. It saw King Jean and his men, and King Jean and his men also saw the injured black spirit dog. Freeze. King Bing acted quickly. The ground near the black dog instantly froze, and the terrifying cold air also poured into its body. The black dog's body did not freeze, but it was still affected. Kill. King Jean acted. A flying knife instantly reached the black dog. This flying knife was extremely sharp and quenched with poison, which greatly increased its lethality. The black dog raised its claws. The hard flying knife was directly knocked away by its claws. The assassin entered the invisible state, and he quickly approached and prepared to attack. Woof! The black dog barked angrily. It turned and ran away. However, a lot of cold air had already entered its body, and the Ice King was still letting the cold air enter its body. Its speed at this moment was not enough to shake off the King of Gold and his men. Don't let it escape. It was seriously injured, but it still has such strength. If it recovers, it must be SSS level. We are no match for it. The King of Gold shouted. He was terrified. Fortunately, the black dog was injured, and several wounds on its body were visible to the bone. Otherwise, if they jumped out to kill it, it would just be a meal for it. It can't run away. It expels cold air at about the same speed as I inject it. It can't shake us off. Vigorous activities will make its injuries worse. The Ice King grinned. Swish. Kill. The black dog had to suffer attacks from the King of Gold and his men while running away. Time passed by. The wounds on the black dog that had finally healed opened again, blood kept flowing out, and the black dog's speed gradually decreased. It won't last long. We can kill this dog in 2 minutes. King Jean, shall we try some spirit dog meat later? Eating SSS level spirit dog meat may help us become stronger. King Jean and his friends were all excited. Huh. Xiao Fan heard a dog barking faintly about 10 kilometers away from King Jean and his friends. He had just started a fire and was preparing to have dinner with Su Yue. Yue, I think I heard a dog barking. Let's go and have a look. Xiao Fan said. Su Yue nodded. Teleport. Xiao Fan teleported with Su Yue and Xiao Xue. With the help of the space treasure, he could teleport more than 10 kilometers by himself, and he could teleport about 5 kilometers with Su Yue and his friends. Teleport. After 2 teleports, Xiao Fan and his friends advanced 10 kilometers. They were only 1 or 2 kilometers away from King Jean and his friends. The black dog didn't bark at this time, but Xiao Fan could already hear the voices of King Jean and his friends. This way. Xiao Xue, go slower. Your first task is to protect Yue. If there is a good opportunity, you can sneak attack and kill the enemy. Xiao Fan lowered his voice. Xiao Xue nodded and slowed down. Soon Xiao Fan's mental power found the black dog. It looked very miserable. Several wounds on its body burst open, and many of its hairs were soaked with blood. 3 SS level evolvers. Xiao Fan approached quietly. King Jean and his men were much weaker than Xiao Fan, and they did not find Xiao Fan for the time being. Before he reached the peak of the innate realm, Xiao Fan had the attack power of a grandmaster when he used the space treasure. Now his strength is even stronger. Swish. At a distance of 200 or 300 meters, Xiaofan shot out the triangular dart in his hand. The speed of his triangular dart reached more than 3,000 meters per second, and it could reach the distance of 200 or 300 meters in an instant. Be careful. King Jin shouted. At the same time, he tried his best to control and transfer Xiaofan's triangular dart. Xiaofan's target this time was the Ice King. Boom. Boom. Affected by King Jin, Xiaofan's triangular dart failed to kill the Ice King, and the big trees were pierced. Xiaofan. King Jin and his men were surprised and delighted. They were surprised that Xiaofan showed up before they killed the black dog, but they were delighted that the black dog had been chased by them and was now at the end of his strength. Woof woof. The black dog approached Xiaofan happily. King Jin said sternly, Xiaofan, this dog is actually familiar with you. It seems that someone gave it to you. You have been to base number 13 before. Xiaofan sneered, Sir, don't talk nonsense. It was chased by you and saw that I was targeting you. Isn't it normal for it to be happy? King Bing said murderously, Xiaofan, why do you attack us? Xiaofan sneered, You, the Evolutionary Alliance, have come to Leishan County to assassinate me. Can't I attack you if I don't like you? Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 320 Kill 3 Golden Kings. King Jin said in a fierce voice, Xiaofan, your most powerful weapon is the hidden weapon. With my hidden weapon, it is useless. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The assassin was hiding in the dark. King Jin and his men still hoped that Xiaofan would not care about it for the time being, and they would deal with Xiaofan and his men after they dealt with the black dog. Woof woof woof. The black dog barked anxiously at Xiaofan. It was not because it was afraid that Xiaofan would abandon it and leave, but it wanted to remind Xiaofan that there were still enemies in the dark. The assassin was charging and attacking with great power. Black King, you will be fine, don't worry. Xiaofan said to the big black dog, and he was speaking English at this time. King Jin and King Bing were furious. They called King Jin and King Bing respectively, but Xiaofan actually called the dog Black King. Isn't this disgusting to them? Xiaofan, think about Su Yowei. You came here with her, she should be nearby, are you going to put her in danger for a dog? King Bing said in a deep voice. Xiaofan approached step by step, are you threatening me? If Yowei is injured, I will make you suffer. 100 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters. Xiaofan and King Jin and the others were getting closer. He had the amplification of the space treasure, and now he could use the space slash, but the effective distance of the space slash was limited, and now it was only 50 to 60 meters. Woof woof. Black King rushed in front of Xiaofan to stop him. Although it was seriously injured, its sense of smell was still strong, and it knew that the assassin was hiding in front. Black King, it's okay. Xiaofan said. Woof. Seeing that it couldn't stop Xiaofan, Black King turned around and rushed towards the hidden assassin. Kill. The assassin attacked instantly. The target was the Black King who rushed over. Swish. King Jin and Ice King also attacked. Ice King tried his best to freeze Black King, and King Jin shot the flying knife at Black King, but his eyes were fixed on Xiaofan, guarding against Xiaofan's attack. Now. Space slash. Xiaofan was within 50 meters. He slapped his palm in the air, and a palm-sized space blade flew out in an instant, aiming at King Gold and King Ice. This space blade was not big and as thin as a cicada's wing, but its power was extremely terrifying. Xiaofan had tested it and found that it could penetrate dozens of meters underground. Be careful. King Gold blocked the way in front of King Ice. He was made of metal and had strong defense, but King Ice was much worse in this aspect. Puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, King Gold's chest and King Ice's chest were pierced by the space blade, and blood quickly flowed out from their chests and backs. King Gold couldn't believe it. He was very confident in his defense, but he didn't feel anything, and his body was pierced, and his heart was cut in half. King Ice's heart was not cut in half, but his aorta was broken and his spine was broken, and he was dead like King Gold. Bang. Assassin, he knocked King Black away with a residual image. King Black had another big wound on his body. The assassin was not feeling well either. A claw mark so deep that the bone could be seen appeared on his body. If the Black King had not been seriously injured, this claw could have torn him in half. "Run!" King Gold said to the assassin with difficulty. Blood gushed out of his mouth. "King Gold, King Ice." The assassin was shocked. His attention had just been on the Black King. How could it be like this all of a sudden? King Gold and King Ice are both SS-level evolvers. Swish. Xiaofan used his mental power to control the flying knife that King Gold had just used. The flying knife shot towards the assassin at a terrifying speed, and the assassin quickly dodged with all his strength. Puff. The assassin was very fast and avoided the vital parts, but the flying knife still left a half-inch deep wound on his waist. The assassin's face changed wildly. He knew clearly that King Gold's flying knife was poisoned. Not daring to hesitate, the assassin immediately pulled out his dagger and cut towards his waist. Even if he dug out a large piece of meat, he could not let the poison spread. Space Slash. Xiaofan used the Space Slash again. The speed of the Space Slash attack is not as fast as that of the hidden weapon, and the distance is not as far as that of the hidden weapon, but the attack is concealed and powerful, and one strike can kill the enemy. Puff. Just as the assassin cut off the piece of meat, the space blade passed through his chest silently, and his heart was cut open in an instant, and his spine was also cut off. The assassin's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. He finally became an SS-level evolver, but he died like this. Bang. Soon the assassin's body fell to the ground. 20 meters away, the Golden King and the Ice King had died before him. Black King, eat these 2 drops of life spirit liquid. Xiaofan hurried to the side of the black dog. The black dog was seriously injured and in critical condition. But with its vitality, it will definitely recover with the life spirit liquid. Woof woof. After eating the life spirit liquid, the black dog called out gratefully twice. You will be called Black King from now on. Xiaofan touched the black dog's head and smiled. The black dog nodded with satisfaction. The Black King is much better than Xiao He and Haizi. Hubby, are you okay? Su Yue and Xiao Xue came over quickly. Seeing the 3 bodies on the ground, Su Yue's face was normal. She had seen a lot of dark things on the dark web, and King Jin and his men were still enemies. It's okay. Xiaofan shook his head. Even without using his spatial ability, his strength was much stronger than King Jin and his men. He was 1 level stronger than King Jin and his men when using spatial ability. Hubby, do they have communicators? You killed them, the news won't get out, right? Su Yue said. Xiaofan smiled lightly. They don't have communicators on them. They should want to kill me by targeting you, so the news can't be leaked. If there is such a thing, it will be easy for the Empress to find out. Su Yue was happy. She is the Empress on the internet. Hubby, their death will definitely be attributed to you by the United States. Xiaofan smiled lightly. It doesn't matter. As long as there is no evidence, they can think whatever they want. Nothing can happen in the rainforest. Collect. Xiaofan quickly collected the bodies of King Jin and his men. There were traces of space blade attacks on their bodies. Xiaofan didn't want the United States to know this. Using space blades to sneak up on people was still very good. Let's go. After cleaning up the traces nearby, Xiaofan and his team left quickly. Soon Xiaofan and his team arrived at the tent. Black King was in a bad state, so he took a rest before returning. 1 night passed. The effect of the life spirit liquid was very strong. Although Black King had not fully recovered, he had recovered 60% to 70% and had the strength of a small master. If he fully recovered, Black King's strength would probably be that of a great master. Among the spirit dogs sent out by Xiao Hai, Black King's strength was below average, but he had good luck and rushed out of the space channel. Yue, we will slowly head to the frontier base next. Some places in the rainforest have good scenery. Xiaofan smiled. Su Yue nodded happily. The 2 people, the dog and the cat, left quickly. Black King was now full of energy after recovering 60% to 70%. If he is given another drop of life essence, the Black King can fully recover, but it is not easy to transfer life essence. 1 drop can be sold for more than $10 billion, so he should save as much as possible. Gradually, time came to noon. Xiao Fan was nervous. Yesterday was the agreed time, but Xiao Hai did not contact him. Now it is noon here and midnight in China. He doesn't know if Xiao Hai will contact him. He will be more worried if he doesn't contact him. Dong dong. Suddenly, the small mirror in Xiao Fan's pocket made a sound. Xiao Hai has not recovered yet. He originally planned to contact Xiao Fan the next day, but he was afraid that Xiao Fan would worry. After thinking about it, he decided to contact him today. Honey, what's that sound? Su Yue asked puzzledly, and she looked at Xiao Fan's pocket. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 321 Yue, this is my grandpa, Yue, let me tell you a secret. It was inconvenient to tell you when you were weak, but now you have acquired the acquired level of cultivation, and Xiao Xue is by your side to protect you. Xiao Fan said with a smile. He reached into his pocket as he spoke. Xiao Hai from another world quickly dodged to the side. Xiao Fan took out the mirror, but did not see Xiao Hai. His face changed and his heart tightened. Husband, why are you holding a mirror? Su Yue asked in confusion. Who is on the other side? Xiao Fan took a deep breath and said. Don't let Xiao Hai get into trouble, it was the others who contacted him with the Kongming mirror, or the Kongming mirror was spiritual and took the initiative to contact him. Stinky boy, Grandpa is not in good condition today, see you another day, Yue. Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Hai was just in a bad condition, that's fine, there are life spirit liquids and various elixirs, Xiao Hai will definitely recover as long as he is not dead. Husband, he took advantage of you. Su Yue whispered. Ha ha. Xiao Hai heard Su Yue's words and laughed out loud. Xiao Fan said with a smile, Yue, do you know why I said there will be no problem in cooperating? That's my real grandfather over there. He has a top treasure. Through that treasure and the blood connection between me and him, he can communicate with me with the mirror here. Su Yue looked at the mirror in Xiao Fan's hand in shock. Xiao Fan's real grandfather actually came to another world. However, creatures from other worlds can come here now. The Black King and others are from another world, so it's not surprising that Xiao Hai came to another world. Under normal circumstances, they can't get through, but sometimes the space fluctuations may be very intense. Grandpa. Grandpa, hello. I'm Su Yue. Su Yue said nervously. Xiao Hai's voice came over, Yue, didn't Xiao Fan, the stinky boy, bully you? If he bullies you, Grandpa will teach him a lesson later. Xiao Fan. He used to call him a good grandson, but now he has become a stinky boy. Grandpa, no, Brother Fan treats me very well. Su Yue said hurriedly. Xiao Fan said, Grandpa, are you injured? Are you safe now? I'm safe, don't worry. In the battle against Huyan Shenying a few days ago, that guy was quite strong, but in the end he burned his life and soul to die with me. Where are you now? Why are there trees everywhere? Xiao Hai asked. Although he avoided it, he could still see Xiao Fan and the others. Xiao Fan turned around. We are in the rain forest on the 13th base. Xiao Fan talked about some recent situations. Xiao Hai resisted the urge to tell Su Yue about the annihilation of 400,000 enemies, as such a thing might be too shocking for Su Yue. Stinky boy, I won't give you anything this time. Give Yue some spiritual power, it doesn't cost me much. Xiao Hai said, and a ball of pure spiritual power quickly came over. The spiritual power entered Su Yue's body. Su Yue felt that her spiritual power began to increase, and soon her head became swollen, because her spiritual power could not be digested all at once. Grandpa, thank you. Su Yue understood instantly, and it was Xiao Hai who helped her improve her strength before. You're welcome. When we meet formally in the future, Grandpa will give you a big gift. Xiao Hai said with a smile. Brat, I'll contact you in 3 days. After saying that, Xiao Hai's figure disappeared. Xiao Fan put away the mirror, and Su Yue looked at Xiao Fan in disbelief. Husband, I feel like I'm dreaming. Su Yue murmured. Xiao Fan smiled, this is just the beginning. Xiao Hai has become the emperor, and this big secret has not been revealed yet. When Su Yue knows this, she will definitely be more shocked. Yue, this must be kept secret. Although with our current strength, even if it is revealed, the problem is not particularly big, but if it is kept secret, the United States will not be so nervous. Xiao Fan reminded. The United States has to weigh the pros and cons of training evolvers now. After all, many people will die, and it takes $1.5 billion to train an SS-level evolver. If they knew Xiao Hai's situation, they would probably train with all their strength. Now there are only a few SS-level evolvers, and there may be dozens of them by then. Yeah. Hubby, it's better if you don't tell me. Su Yowei said. Xiao Fan smiled and said, I have kept it from you for a long time. Now the time is right, you know there is nothing, otherwise you worry in vain. Yeah. Su Yowei nodded. Knowing that Ijie is Xiao Fan's real grandfather, she will definitely not worry about the problem of cooperation, nor will she worry that the Black King Xiao Xue will suddenly lose control and kill them. Honey, let's go back early. We've seen enough of the rainforest. If we don't hurry up, we'll miss our flight back home today. Okay. Xiao Fan and his team returned to the frontier base at a faster speed. The helicopter that brought Xiao Fan and his team was still waiting at the frontier base. Go directly to the airport. Okay, Mr. Xiao. After sending Xiao Fan and his team to the airport, the helicopter left quickly. Boom. 2 hours later, the plane Xiao Fan and his team took off. Xiao Fan and Su Yowei got on the plane. Joseph got the news at the headquarters of the Evolutionary Alliance. He didn't know that Xiao Fan and his team brought a black dog. Xiao Fan used a space barrier to cover it up, and ordinary people couldn't detect it at all. Yes, leader. Joseph frowned. His face also became a lot gloomier. Xiao Fan and Su Yowei came out of the rainforest safely. Did King Jin and his team not meet Xiao Fan and his team, or were they already dead? Don't worry too much, leader. King Jin and his team are 3 SS-level evolvers. Xiao Fan should not be a match for them, and Su Yowei is holding him back. The people around Joseph comforted him. Yeah. Joseph nodded slightly. Send a helicopter into the rainforest immediately. King Jin and his men should not continue to search in the rainforest foolishly. Report as soon as we find them. Yes, leader. 7 or 8 hours passed unknowingly, and it was late at night. Joseph was ready to go to bed. He was neither a warrior nor an evolver, and he was in his 70s. Ding-ling-ling. The confidential phone next to the bedside table rang, and Joseph quickly picked it up. Leader, something is wrong. Our people found the secret marks left by King Jin and his men in the rainforest. They are tracking the 3rd target. The secret marks disappeared in a place, and there are traces of fighting and cleaning in that place. The person on the other end of the phone said hurriedly. What? Joseph's face changed drastically. The 3rd target was the black dog, and the 1st and 2nd targets were of course Xiao Fan and Su Yowei. The disappearance of the secret marks meant that King Jin and his men might be in trouble. There were traces of cleaning battles, and it should not be that the dog cleaned them up. Joseph had a strong intuition in his heart. King Jin and his men were in trouble. Search in detail in that place immediately. Dig 3 feet underground to find clues. Joseph said sternly. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 322 Ally Cooperation Plan. After hanging up the phone, Joseph lost all desire to sleep. In order to cultivate the 3 SS-level evolvers, King Jin and his team used 16 tubes of SS-level evolutionary fluid, each tube costing $300 million. There has been no breakthrough in the research so far, and the price has not come down. Adding the other expenses, King Jin and his team spent nearly $5 billion to cultivate the 3 SS-level evolvers, and more than a dozen loyal soldiers died. See King, which, Charles, if you add the 3 of them, the number of SS-level evolvers who died at Xiao Fan's hands may reach 6. There are more S-level evolvers. Joseph gritted his teeth. Although there is no evidence that Xiao Fan killed the witch and his team, and King Jin and his team have not confirmed their deaths, Joseph's intuition is like this. Ding. Half an hour later, Joseph received another call. Alliance leader, we still haven't found anything. We fired several flares into the sky, and helicopters patrolled a larger area, but King Jin and his team still haven't contacted us. The person on the other end of the phone reported. Joseph sat down helplessly. Not finding anything is also a discovery. No traces were found in the place where the battle took place, indicating that it must have been thoroughly cleaned. It is absolutely impossible that the dog cleaned it. Besides, King Jean and his men were chasing the dog. How could the dog kill King Jean and his men? King Jean and his men were not able to escape. Keep looking. Send more people to look for it after daybreak. Joseph said in a deep voice. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Joseph fell asleep in a daze and woke up at dawn. What's the situation? Joseph immediately dialed the phone. Alliance leader, from all the traces, the black dog was seriously injured. It is absolutely impossible for it to be King Jean and his men's opponent. Someone helped it. Nonsense, no one helped it. Did it clean up the traces by itself? Is there any evidence that Xiao Fan and his men took action? Alliance leader, we have no findings in this regard for the time being. After asking for a while, Joseph hung up the phone with an ugly face. Many of them were looking for it over there in a big way. If King Jean and his men were alive, they would definitely show up. They are very likely dead. Ding. Joseph dialed the phone. Commander-in-Chief. Joseph said when the phone was connected. General Joseph, don't tell me there's more bad news. I can't handle it at my age. Joseph said bitterly, Commander-in-Chief, King Jean and 3 other SS-level evolvers are likely dead. We need more funds. Joseph, you've already spent $30 billion this year. SS-level evolvers are very powerful. How come 3 more SS-level evolvers died? The Commander-in-Chief on the other end of the phone was not calm. With so much money, it's enough to build 2 100,000-ton aircraft carriers. Commander-in-Chief, they followed Xiao Fan into the rainforest and may have died at Xiao Fan's hands. We are in urgent need of more SS-level evolvers, and we have to hurry up to study the SSS-level evolutionary fluid. Otherwise, in terms of top powerhouses, we are far behind China. Once a war breaks out, our aircraft carriers and major bases will not be safe. Joseph said in a deep voice. How much more do you need? 100 billion. What? The US president on the other end of the phone almost jumped up. Joseph, the total annual military expenditure is so little, how can we give you 100 billion? Joseph said in a deep voice, Commander-in-Chief, if we don't have top powerhouses, we will lose our future. Compared with the future, 100 billion is not a lot. The Commander-in-Chief on the other end of the phone hung up directly. He admitted that what Joseph said made sense, but 100 billion, that's not 1,000 yuan. Besides, it is already November now, and most of this year's military expenditure has been spent, and the annual military budget has not yet been in place. What do you think? What should we do now? The US general called his think tank. General, it is difficult for us to bear so much money by ourselves. Perhaps we can get our allies involved and help them cultivate powerful evolvers. Use their people and their money to achieve the effect of curbing China. One of the staff said. The general's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. Dongyang is a very good partner. China and Dongyang have a feud. Xiao Fan and others will inevitably conflict with Dongyang's strong men. General, I think this is a good idea. The more we help them cultivate, the higher the success rate will be, and our own expenses will be lower. General, in addition, we have to strengthen our contact with the strong men from other worlds, and it would be best if we can get their support. Several staff spoke up, and the suggestions they put forward were all good. Let's do it. The US general said in a deep voice. After more than 30 hours of flight, Xiao Fan and his flight landed smoothly. Woof woof. Coming out of the airport, the Black King was very excited. Its injuries have improved a little. There are still some internal injuries, but it looks like it has fully recovered. Xiao Fan, here. Jiang Wanchen actually drove over to pick them up. Xiao Fan and Su Yue got into Jiang Wanchen's car. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Director Jiang, is the situation in the country okay these days? Have any monsters appeared? Jiang Wanchen said, a fishing boat was attacked in the coastal area. A postnatal level monster entered the boat to eat fish. Fortunately, there was no one on the boat at the time. The owner of the boat found the problem through the camera and reported it to the police. Our people captured the monster alive. The rest of the place is okay. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. This situation is already very good. Many places in other countries are in serious situations. Especially Dongyang country. The venomous snake that escaped before appeared in a subway station again in recent days. The release of poisonous gas killed 200 or 300 people in the subway station. A congenital-level strongman from Dongyang country rushed over, but it still escaped. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan and his team arrived at a base of the Security Bureau 9 in the Magic City. Xiao Fan, did you find anything on this trip? Jiang Wanchen asked. There were only him and Xiao Fan in the room. Su Yue was not there at the moment. Xiao Fan said, the spirit cave at base number 13 was indeed destroyed, and the possibility of that spirit cave recovering should be very low. 3 SS-level evolvers from the United States wanted to kill me, and they died in there. Jiang Wanchen's eyes showed a look of realization. No wonder they made such a big noise. The death of 3 SS-level evolvers is a big loss. Xiao Fan, it seems that your strength has improved a lot. Xiao Fan laughed, slightly improved. Jiang Wanchen pondered, Xiao Fan, there is one thing I have to remind you. Although your strength is very strong, don't do some things. For example, destroying US aircraft carriers and submarines, assassinating high-level officials, etc., it doesn't matter if the people of the Evolutionary Alliance are killed. The struggle must be controlled within a certain limit, do you understand? Xiao Fan smiled and nodded, Director Jiang, don't worry, I will abide by the necessary rules. Not to mention the interests of China, doing so will also have a huge impact on his own interests. If he completely disobeyed the rules, the United States might bring a weapon like a nuclear bomb to another world and then detonate it near the capital. That's good. Jiang Wanchen nodded. Midline Horizontal Ellipsis Chapter 323 Xiao Hai's request for a ceasefire in another world, the capital of the gods. Call the envoys of the Black Tiger Empire to enter the palace. The resonant voice of the eunuchs in the palace came from the hall. The envoys of the Black Tiger Empire waiting outside the hall had complicated expressions. They didn't have to wait outside the hall before. Let's go. The envoy Jin Hongtu said in a deep voice. He is the third prince of the Black Tiger Empire, and now he is also in the Black Tiger Empire delegation. Soon, a group of 6 people from the Black Tiger Empire entered the palace. The envoys of the Black Tiger Empire pay their respects to His Majesty the Emperor of the Dragon Empire. Jin Hongtu and his men bowed and saluted in unison. How dare you not kneel before seeing our emperor? A general of the Dragon Empire shouted. Xiao Hai lowered his head and looked at the book in his hand. He didn't mean to exempt Jin Hongtu and his men from the formalities. Your Majesty, I ask for your permission to bring another 200,000 elite troops to the northwest. I will then join General Shen and his troops to attack the Black Tiger Empire. Another general knelt down and said loudly. Your Majesty, I have the same idea. Your Majesty, let me go. The other generals started to argue. The Black Tiger Empire was a soft persimmon now. If they could get them out, they would earn a lot of military merit. Jin Hongtu and his men were trembling with fear. The Dragon Empire could really send people. The total force of the Dragon Empire was 1.5 million, but only 500,000 were dispatched so far, and 250,000 of them were still on the border. Only the 250,000 led by Shen Jingtian went deep into the Black Tiger Empire. Your Highness, our national strength is not as good as before. There are still many contradictions inside, and the war must be ended as soon as possible. One of the 2 deputy envoys sent a message to Jin Hongtu. Although the 2 deputy envoys were deputies, Jin Hongtu had to listen to their opinions on many things, as they were professionals in this area. The envoys of the Black Tiger Empire pay their respects to His Majesty the Emperor of the Dragon Empire. Jin Hongtu and his men saluted again. This time they knelt down. Xiao Hai slowly put down the book in his hand. Why did you come to our Dragon Empire? He still did not mean to let Jin Hongtu and his men get up without any formalities. Jin Hongtu and the others did not dare to stand up, feeling very aggrieved. When he was in the Divine Flame Empire, Jin Hongtu had also been to this hall. At that time, the Emperor of the Divine Flame Empire was very polite and gave them all kinds of benefits. Now they were treated like this. But they dared not speak out. With the loss of 700,000 troops, including the Blood Wolf army, the strength of the Black Tiger Empire was far less than before, and they did not have the capital to compete with the Divine Dragon Empire. Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Divine Dragon Empire, we have brought the letter of credence. Jin Hongtu said. He stretched out his hand, and one of the deputy envoys quickly took out the letter of credence hidden in his sleeve. Jin Hongtu took it and handed it to a eunuch. Soon the letter of credence was presented to Xiao Hai. Cede the northern frontier, that's it. Xiao Hai threw the letter of credence directly at Jin Hongtu's feet. The northern frontier is the inherent territory of our Yanlong clan. You are returning it instead of ceding it. This is the first. Second, you should show some expression for occupying the northern frontier for so long. Third, I personally led the army to fight and exhausted the troops. How do you settle this account? Xiao Hai said coldly. Jin Hongtu and the others' hearts sank. Xiao Hai really wanted more than just the northern frontier. They also had to cede land and pay compensation. Your Majesty the Emperor Shenlong, what do you think? One of the two deputy envoys asked. Xiao Hai said indifferently, you have occupied the northern frontier for more than 500 years. The east of the Wuxi Mountains will belong to our Shenlong Empire in the future. Everyone in the hall was shocked. Jin Hongtu and the others' faces suddenly became very ugly. The Black Tiger Empire has a vast territory. The Shenlong Empire has 20 million square kilometers, and the Black Tiger Empire has a total of 35 million square kilometers. Of the 15 million square kilometers in the northern border, the remaining 20 million square kilometers are located east of the Wuxi Mountains, accounting for 2/3. If what Xiao Hai said is true, the Black Tiger Empire will only have 6 to 7 million square kilometers of land. The total population of the Black Tiger Empire is only 30 to 40 million. Such a large land is not enough to support those people, but life will definitely be much more difficult. The cities east of the Wuxi Mountains can only be abandoned. The discovered spiritual cave passage can only be abandoned. This is absolutely impossible. Jin Hongtu said sternly. Xiao Hai looked over coldly. I am informing you, not discussing with you. If you don't want to, my army will make you agree. The deputy envoy on the left of Jin Hongtu took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, although our Black Tiger Empire has suffered a lot of losses, it is still strong. Our Black Tiger Empire is full of soldiers. If you think that you can completely defeat our Black Tiger Empire now, then you may have made a mistake. Xiao Hai said indifferently, what I said just now is just one of the conditions. The second condition is that you pay 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual stones. I allow you to pay 200,000 caddies first, and the remaining 800,000 caddies will be paid back in 40 years. The third condition is that your Black Tiger Empire will allow our Dragon Empire to station troops, and I can control the scale of the garrison within 100,000. Jin Hongtu and his men's faces became even uglier. The second and third conditions are also very harsh. Spiritual stones are not ordinary stones. 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual stones is by no means a small number. The Black Tiger Empire can't take out so many spiritual stones at once. If they pay it back in 40 years, they will be poor for the next 40 years. The third condition is the garrison of the Dragon Empire. How can the Black Tiger Empire save its face? Moreover, the internal garrison of 100,000 troops is too threatening to them. Your Majesty, this is absolutely impossible. Father will never agree to such a humiliating treaty. Jin Hongtu gritted his teeth. Before they came, they knew that Xiao Hai would definitely ask for a lot, but they never expected that Xiao Hai would be so cruel. He would cut their throats and bleed them. Xiao Hai stood up. I just said that I am informing you, not discussing with you. In 3 days, my army will be close to Jinyuan City. After that, Xiao Hai left directly. Resign, the eunuch shouted. The civil and military officials of the Dragon Empire left the hall with smiles on their faces, while Jin Hongtu and others left the hall in despair and anger. Go back. Father will never agree to such conditions. We may not lose. As long as we win, it will be much easier for us to talk again. Jin Hongtu said in a deep voice. The others nodded. What you can't get on the battlefield is difficult to get at the negotiation table. Although it lost 700,000 people, the Black Tiger Empire was still able to gather a large number of troops. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that the Black Tiger Empire will never accept your condition. There will probably be another bloody battle at that time. Several important officials came to the Imperial study together. Yes, Your Majesty, General Shen and his men only have 250,000 people. Should we send more troops to support them? Xiao Hai put down the memorial in his hand and said in a calm voice, "You don't have to worry. General Shen and his men's 250,000 are enough. The Black Tiger Empire is not a monolithic entity. The Jinhan sect can only gather 500,000 people at most. If he loses these 500,000 people, what is he doing as an emperor? Among Shinjingtian's 250,000 people, the Shura Legion has 150,000. They can resist 600,000 or 700,000 troops. Their strength is absolutely superior." He didn't say one more thing. Xiao Fan can also send 100,000 sets of armor. When the 250,000 people who go there are all heavily armored, they will definitely be invincible. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 324 Shen Chen is missing after leaving Jiang Wanchen. Xiao Fan prepared to take a helicopter back to City Z. Su Yowei is a good student, she has to go to school. Ding ding. The phone rang at this time, and the caller ID showed that it was Shen Chen calling. "Fatty, do you miss your brother?" Xiao Fan answered the phone and said with a smile. Shen Chen and the others are now interns, and he is also busy with his own things. It has been a while since they last met, and Xiao Fan still misses them a little. The brothers ate barbecue, drank some beer and talked a lot, which was very comfortable. "Hello, classmate Xiao Fan, I am Shen Chen's father Shen Jingshan." Shen Chen's phone was left in the room, and he hasn't been to work for 2 days. "He has a good relationship with you. Has he contacted you?" An anxious voice came over. Xiao Fan's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Uncle Shen, are you in the Magic City?" "I happen to be in the Magic City. Let's talk about it when we meet." "I'm in the Magic City, the address is," Shen Jingshan hurriedly said his address. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Fan said to Su Yowei, "The fat man is missing. Yowei, check it out quickly and see if you can find some clues." Su Yowei nodded. Her computer was originally placed in Xiao Fan's dimensional bag, but now it is in her bag. She can check it by penetrating her mental power into it. Wah 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 wah. Xiao Fan and his friends got on the helicopter. 5 minutes later, Su Yowei sent a voice message, "Hubby, I found something. The surveillance shows that Shen Chen did not leave after returning to the community, but I think the one who returned to the community is not Shen Chen. There is something wrong with his eyes. I'll send you the surveillance video." Xiao Fan received the video on his mobile phone soon. The elevator surveillance showed that Shen Chen went upstairs. "You are right, he is not Shen Chen." Xiao Fan sent a voice message. The person in the video is 99% similar to Shen Chen, and Shen Jingshan is also very difficult to distinguish, but Xiao Fan and Su Yowei are both strong. Su Yowei now has the strength of the peak of the acquired realm. Soon the helicopter landed, and Shen Jingshan showed surprise in his eyes. They are not in the same circle, so he doesn't know what Xiao Fan is like now. Xiao Fan actually came here by helicopter. Shen Jingshan could certainly afford something like a helicopter, but even if he bought it, he couldn't just fly it casually. "Uncle Shen, long time no see." Xiao Fan greeted him. Su Yowei didn't come down, as the helicopter had to take her back to class. If Xiao Fan needed to check something, he could just tell her directly. Shen Jingshan said, "Xiao Fan, I'm sorry to bother you. Shen Chen didn't go to the company yesterday." No one answered the phone, and today his phone was turned off. The property monitoring showed that he had returned home. I asked the property staff to knock on the door, but it didn't open. When I rushed over, I found that the phone was in the room but the person was not there. Shen Jingshan took Shen Chen's phone out of his pocket. Shen Jingshan had already charged the phone and turned it on. "Xiao Fan, is Shen Chen secretly dating or something? I wonder if he deliberately avoided all surveillance." Xiao Fan shook his head, "Uncle Shen, I asked me to check on the way. The person who returned to the community should not be Shen Chen, but someone else disguised him." Shen Jingshan's face changed. No. No way. If this was the case, Shen Chen would be in trouble. Xiao Fan said, "Uncle Shen, I am a warrior and my eyesight is better than yours. I am also familiar with Shen Chen. The person captured by the surveillance camera is definitely not him. Shen Jingshan's face turned ugly. Is Shen Chen already? Shen Jingshan didn't dare to think further. He only had Shen Chen. Hundreds of billions of assets are still waiting for him to inherit. In order to make Shen Chen not too spoiled, he lied to Shen Chen that the family only had tens of billions of assets, but in fact there were tens of billions, and Shen Chen didn't know about many industries. Did no one ask for it? Xiao Fen asked. Shen Jingshan shook his head palely. No one asked for it, which made him feel more panicked. Maybe Shen Chen had already died. The other party disguised himself just to mislead the police. Have you called the police? No, I plan to ask you before calling the police. Xiao Fen said, Uncle Shen, the Shen family is involved in many industries. Have you made any enemies? Shen Jingshan frowned and said, the business world is like a battlefield. It is normal to make some enemies, but those enemies should not dare to do such a thing. Those who can make enemies with me, Shen Jingshan, are not low in wealth. Why should they take that risk? Shen Jingshan was stunned when he said this. Uncle Shen, have you thought of something? Shen Jingshan took a deep breath and said, I have 20% of the shares of Tianhe Group. Xingyao Electronics, a subsidiary of Tianhe Group, has made a breakthrough in silicon-based chips. Could this be the reason? Some time ago, Dongyang Mitsui Group wanted to buy my shares. That 20% of the shares are now worth 10 billion. If silicon-based chips really come out, the value of these shares will definitely exceed 100 billion. Xiao Fan's eyes showed surprise. Silicon-based chips are almost done. Shen Jingshan shook his head. That's not the case. It's just that there has been a lot of progress in technology. We should be the world leader in this area now. There are still many problems to be solved before real success. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. It's a good thing that there is such a possibility. Dongyang Mitsui Group can really do such a thing. Catch Shen Chen and talk to you later. You may not be able to refuse. Shen Jingshan frowned. Xiao Fan, thank you. This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't get involved in it. Go away quickly. I will call the police after you leave for an hour. Shen Jingshan said. In his opinion, Shen Chen was still a child, and Xiao Fan was Shen Chen's classmate, and he was also still a child. It would not be good for him to be involved in a kidnapping or murder case. Xiao Fan said, Uncle Shen, how could I stand by and watch when Shen Chen got into such a situation? Don't call the police, I'll help you deal with it. Shen Jingshan looked at Xiao Fan in surprise. Xiao Fan said, Uncle Shen, let's go to Shen Chen's room first. Okay. Shen Jingshan led the way, and the two bodyguards followed. Hey Wang, follow me. Xiao Fan called Hey Wang to follow him. Xiao Shui followed Su Yue back, and Hey Wang was on his side. It looked like an ordinary dog, and it was not very big. Soon Xiao Fan and the others arrived at the room where Shen Chen lived. The house was not small, and the decoration inside was also very luxurious. The family had a real estate business, and Shen Chen would not treat himself badly in this regard. Hey Wang, did the people who came up by elevator enter the room? Xiao Fan looked at Hey Wang and asked. Hey Wang shook his head. Did they reach the door? Hey Wang nodded again. Shen Jingshan looked at Xiao Fan in surprise. How could this dog understand human nature? Xiao Fan said, Uncle Shen, it seems that the other party is not good at unlocking the door. He didn't force his way into the room, so he didn't take the phone away. Hey Wang, remember the smell outside the door and Shen Chen's smell. Take us to find them. Hey Wang nodded. His sense of smell is much stronger than that of ordinary dogs, and he can smell it clearly. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 325 Underground Laboratory, woof woof. Black King ran out quickly. Uncle Shen, wait for the news at home, I'll track him down. Xiao Fan said. Shen Jingshan nodded. He would only be a hindrance if he followed him out. He was fat in middle age, and he would be out of breath if he ran a little further. Black King went down the stairs and stopped before he reached the first floor. Woof woof. Black King called out to the window. Did you run out from here? Xiao Fan asked. Black King nodded. The window was not big, and even a child could not get out, but for a strong man, it was no problem to shrink his body and get out from here. Teleport. Xiaofan took Black King and teleported directly outside. There was no surveillance outside. Keep tracking. Xiaofan ordered. Unknowingly, an hour passed. Xiaofan and Black King chased for more than 10 kilometers, and they were close to an abandoned factory that had been shut down for a long time. Woof woof woof. Black King called out to Xiaofan several times. Has Shen been here? Black King nodded. Xiaofan's eyes flickered. This place was a bit far away. Shen would definitely not come here by himself. He must have been kidnapped by the enemy. I wonder if Fatty is here. Xiaofan thought to himself. It was possible that the kidnappers kidnapped him and later felt that this place was not safe enough and moved. Black King, don't move here. Xiaofan entered the factory invisibly. This factory was not small. After entering, Xiaofan released his mental power, but after scanning everywhere, Xiaofan did not find Shen. Black King, come in. Xiaofan's voice sounded in Black King's mind. Black King quickly rushed into the factory. Not long after, Black King arrived in a workshop. Woof woof. It barked at the ground. Someone in the ground changed his face slightly. Did you hear it? It seems like there is a dog barking. Don't make a fuss. It's normal for wild dogs to come to abandoned factories occasionally. Another person said indifferently. Xiaofan's mental power swept underground, and soon Xiaofan found that there was another world underground. Biochemical laboratory. Xiaofan's face was gloomy. There was actually a large biochemical laboratory hidden underground. Shen was tied to the laboratory table. The kidnappers wanted more than just shares. What do you want to do? Stop. My dad has money. I'll ask my dad to give you the ransom. Shen was in a coma, and he was awakened. You must stay awake during the experiment so that the success rate of the experiment is high. Seeing the situation around him clearly, Shen shouted anxiously. Director, are we going to act now? Maybe Shen Jingshan will give in. If Shen is killed now, Shen Jingshan will definitely not cooperate. A middle-aged man in the laboratory said. Next to him was an excited old man. There have been no experimental subjects for a few days. My new discovery must be verified as soon as possible. As long as the experiment is successful, the whole of China will be ours. The old man said a little crazy. What do you want to do? Stop it now. Shen was scared to death. God knows what they are going to inject him. Fortunately, we accelerated and rushed over. The Mitsui group is really bold. Xiaofan was a little scared. If he came a little later, Shen might have a problem. Black King, you stay outside. No one is allowed to leave. Xiaofan ordered. Black King nodded, and Xiaofan's figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in the laboratory. He looked at Shen with a smile. Third brother, dear third brother, please save me. Shen eyes showed ecstasy. Who are you? Come quickly. The director said sternly. He knew Chinese, but in a hurry he would use Dongyang dialect. Bang. Someone rushed in from outside immediately. Puff, puff. One of the two people who rushed in was at the innate level, and the other was at the acquired level. Xiaofan waved his hand and shot them with 2 scalpels. Fall. There were still a dozen people in the rest of the laboratory. Their strength was much lower. Xiaofan used his mental power to make them faint. Tell me, what is this thing? Xiaofan said in a calm voice. As he spoke, he untied Shen. The director gritted his teeth and stabbed the needle directly into his chest. In an instant, Xiaofan controlled the needle with mental power, and he couldn't stab it any further. You tell me, otherwise they will be your role models. You are not as important as him. Xiaofan looked at the middle-aged man and his face turned pale. You dare, betray the master of the family, betray the country, you will die. The old man said sternly. Xiaofan glared, and the old man also fainted. Speak. Xiaofan said coldly. The middle-aged man trembled and said, I also have Chinese ancestry. I was forced. What we are studying here is a slave drug for the Chinese. Slave drug. Xiao Fan frowned. The middle-aged man nodded. The effect of this slave drug is to make people obedient. The first generation of products was only effective for people who worship our Dongyang country. Now that we use spiritual objects from another world, the second generation of products should be effective for all Chinese people, not including warriors. Shen Chen's face darkened. He was almost injected with such a thing. Has it been successfully developed? The middle-aged man nodded. It should be successful, so the director couldn't help but use Shen Chen for experiments. The new batch of experimental subjects has not been shipped yet. Fuck you. Shen Chen cursed. Xiao Fan picked up a tube of liquid medicine. Is this specifically for Chinese people? Yes. We actually wanted to develop a slave drug for everyone at the beginning, but if the matter was exposed, it would have a bad impact. Xiao Fan snorted coldly. The Mitsui group should be afraid that the United States will also sanction them when the time comes. Fall. Xiao Fan made this guy faint. Old third, I love you so much, come and hug me. Shen Chen shouted. Xiao Fan pushed him away. I'm not holding you. How come you're fatter after not seeing you for a while? Just now when you were lying on it, I felt like I was killing a pig. Damn. Shen Chen rolled his eyes. Xiao Fan took out his cell phone, but there was no signal down there. Let's go out first. Xiao Fan teleported Shen Chen outside, and he called Jiang Wanchen. Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Jiang Wanchen asked strangely, as he had just separated from Xiao Fan not long ago. Xiao Fan said, Director Jiang, I'll give you a location, bring more people here, I found a biochemical laboratory built by Dongyang State here. Okay. Jiang Wanchen's face changed. In less than half an hour, Jiang Wanchen and some people from the 9th Security Bureau came over first. Xiao Fan, where is the laboratory? Jiang Wanchen asked hurriedly. Xiao Fan pointed to the ground. Underground, there is a congenital level and an acquired level warrior who were killed by me, and the rest are in a coma. They are researching a kind of slave agent targeting our China. You can find out the details yourself. Xiao Fan said, and pressed a switch in the underground laboratory with his mental power. 2 thick steel plates in the workshop slowly moved to both sides. Director Jiang, with the revival of spiritual energy, we have to guard not only against powerful warriors, but also against things like this. Xiao Fan warned. Jiang Wanchen took a deep breath. You are right, Xiao Fan, you have made a great contribution. I will definitely ask for credit for you. Xiao Fan pointed to Shen Chen. I came here to save Shen Chen and happened to find this biochemical laboratory. I don't need credit for it. Lend me a car, we will retreat first. Jiang Wanchen looked at a person next to him, and the men quickly took out the car keys. Master Xiao, please use it, you can park anywhere after use. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 326 shares of Tianhe group. Xiao Fan drove away quickly, and Shen Chen stared at Xiao Fan. Fatty, what are you looking at? Shen Chen asked in confusion. Third brother, I heard that person just called you Grandmaster Xiao. When did you become a Grandmaster? Xiao Fan and Yi Fei are both warriors. Shen Chen knows a little about the levels of warriors. He knows that the Grandmaster is above the Xiantian level, and the Grandmaster is very powerful. They are shouting nonsense. I am at the Xiantian level. Xiao Fan laughed. His cultivation is indeed only at the peak of the Xiantian level, but if he uses the space treasure to attack with all his strength, his attack power can reach the Grandmaster level. The comprehensive strength is definitely the peak of the Grandmaster, or even the perfect level of the Grandmaster. Call your own mobile phone. Your father is very anxious. He called me, and I happened to be in the Magic City and saved you in time. Xiao Fan handed his mobile phone to Shen Chen. Dad. Shen Chen quickly called his father. Shen Chen, where are you? Are you okay? Shen Jingshan's eyes showed surprise, and he hurriedly shouted. Dad, I'm on my way back. Third brother saved me. Dad, prepare some food. I'm so hungry. Xiao Fan's mouth twitched. Shen Chen was so thin that he only weighed 180 pounds. Okay. Your mother got the news and she's coming over. We'll cook right away. You must invite Xiao Fan over and thank him. Shen Jingshan said hurriedly. After hanging up the phone, Shen Chen looked at Xiao Fan. Third brother, can I practice martial arts? Even if I can't become very powerful, it's good if I'm not affected by things like slave drugs. Xiao Fan's heart moved. Sure, there is a place where you can not only practice martial arts, but also lose weight. If you want to go, I can help you arrange it. The army. Shen Chen guessed. Yes, many people in the military area are practicing martial arts now. The exercises are provided by me. The exercises are easy to get started and should have a good weight loss effect. I advise you to go in, don't get arrested again one day. Shen Chen's face changed. He was a little afraid of hardship, but after hearing what Xiao Fan said, he gritted his teeth and said, "Go, I'll go. Third brother, please help me arrange it." An hour later, Xiao Fan and the others returned. The meal was almost ready. Although Shen Chen's family was very rich, his mother's cooking was delicious, and Shen Jingshan often ate at home. Xiao Fan, Auntie heard from old Shen that Shen Chen was kidnapped. Thank you. Auntie doesn't drink, and I will toast you a glass later. Shen Chen's mother wiped her tears and said, Auntie, Shen Chen and I are brothers, there is no need to be so polite. Xiao Fan smiled. Shen Chen's mother said, it should be. You watch TV first, and the meal will be ready soon. Xiao Fan, come to the study. Shen Jingshan called Xiao Fan and the others to the study. Shen Chen told the situation again, and Shen Jingshan was terrified. If Xiao Fan went a little later, the slave drug would be injected into Shen Chen's body. If it succeeded, the impact would be huge, and if it failed, Shen Chen would die directly. Uncle Shen, the Mitsui group is very powerful, so don't target them. I will go to Dongyang to talk to the top leaders of the Mitsui group in the near future. Xiao Fan said. Recently, he has been targeting the United States and the Evolutionary Alliance. Dongyang has relaxed a bit, so he still has to go there and give them a good beating. Xiao Fan, isn't this bad? It might be dangerous for you to go to Dongyang. Shen Jingshan frowned. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Uncle Shen, there shouldn't be anyone stronger than me in Dongyang. If I go to Dongyang, many of them won't be able to sleep. Third brother, are you so awesome? Shen Chen said in shock. That's right. Xiao Fan nodded with a smile. He was still underestimating the situation. With his current strength, he could walk sideways on the US side. Shen Jingshan pondered and said, Xiao Fan, I will give you 10% of my 20% shares in Tianhe Group. Uncle Shen, this won't work. Xiao Fan said hurriedly. Shen Jingshan's 10% shares in Xinghe Group are now worth 5 billion. If the silicon-based chip is really developed, this share will be worth 50 billion. Shen Jingshan said, Xiao Fan, don't refuse. I actually have selfish motives. I may not be able to keep the 20% shares. Giving you 10%, the remaining 10% should be no problem. If things really work out, this 10% is more valuable than the current 20%. Originally, Shen Jingshan didn't plan to give out so many shares to thank Xiao Fan, but Xiao Fan actually said that no one in Dongyang country was stronger than him. Shen Jingshan heard a lot of information from this sentence. Xiao Fan is so strong at such a young age. How strong will he be in the future? Third brother, keep it. Isn't my life worth a little bit of shares? Shen Chen said. Xiao Fan glanced at Shen Chen, this 20% of the shares is worth 10 billion. If everything goes well in the future, it may be worth 100 billion. Are you worth 5 billion or 50 billion? Shen Chen's eyes widened, what? Third brother, are you mistaken? Our family assets are not that much in total. Shen Jingshan coughed lightly, our family assets are a little more than you estimated. Xiao Fan, don't refuse. This 10% must be given to you. I will think of a way to transfer the shares to you as quickly as possible. Xiao Fan thought for a while and nodded slightly. These shares are too hot to handle, and Shen Jingshan really can't hold them. Shen Jingshan breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Fan, Mitsui Group has 8% of Tianhe Group's shares, and may have obtained more shares through some means in secret. Shen Jingshan reminded. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. If he went to Mitsui Group must spit out these shares, and Mitsui Group will have to pay the rest. By then, he will own more than 10% of the shares. Dad, I discussed with my third brother, and my third brother arranged for me to go to a place to practice martial arts. Shen Chen said. Shen Jingshan's eyes lit up, that would be great. After a meal, Xiao Fan and his friends left, and a helicopter came to pick him up. Zhong Wei, go to Uncle Lu. Xiao Fan ordered. Okay, boss. The helicopter took them to Lu Zhiheng's military district. The people in the military district have been practicing for a few days, and he just happened to go there to see the effect. 2 hours later, Xiao Fan and his friends arrived. Uncle Lu, how many people have not learned the skills yet? Are there any abnormal situations? Xiao Fan asked Lu Zhiheng. Lu Zhiheng smiled and said, 95% of people have learned it. The skills you gave are indeed easy to get started, and the skills are also quite safe. No problems have been found yet. Xiao Fan nodded, that's good. Uncle Lu, you should know Shen Chen. I want him to stay here for half a year, and he will practice and train with me. Lu Zhiheng glanced at Shen Chen. It is estimated that there is no one fatter than Shen Chen in the entire military district. He'll probably have to endure some hardships with his physique. A small jade bottle appeared in Xiao Fan's hand, and 2 drops of golden dragon marrow flew out. Uncle Lu, give him 1 drop of this thing, and give you 1 drop. It can improve your physique. Xiao Hai gave him 30 drops of golden dragon marrow before, and there were 12 drops left. Xiao Fan already felt that the effect of his use of golden dragon marrow was getting worse. The same was true for Su Yowei. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 327, the reward for Xiao Fan. Shen Chen chuckled and said, brother, how can there be only 1 drop? It can't even wet my throat. Xiao Fan glanced at Shen Chen and said, this is golden dragon marrow. It is more precious than life spirit fluid. Each drop is worth at least $1 billion. Golden dragon marrow comes from the dragon vein in the center of the earth. A country as big as the Dragon Empire can only get 2 or 3 drops every year, while life spirit fluid is much more. Although golden dragon marrow does not contain much spiritual energy, it is a top-notch product for improving physical fitness. Xiao Hai said that each drop of this thing is priceless. Oh my god. Shen Chen's eyes widened, brother, do you have to be so exaggerated? Lu Zhiheng took a deep breath and said, 3 drops of life spirit fluid were auctioned before, and the price of 2 drops reached $1.5 billion. Life spirit fluid can extend life by 1 to 3 years. Shen Chen was extremely shocked. Xiao Fan smiled and said, golden dragon marrow can improve talent. With improved talent, one can live longer and even extend his life by 10 years. And he will be stronger throughout his life, which is not comparable to the life essence liquid. It's just that the effect of this thing can't be seen at once, it's not suitable for auction, and there's only so much of it, so it's impossible to auction it. Xiao Fan said as he waved his hand, and instantly 2 drops of golden dragon marrow entered Lu Zhiheng's mouth. You will immediately feel like being burned by a raging fire. The feeling of washing the meridians and cutting the marrow is not pleasant. Fatty, you want to use a few more drops, but if you use 2 drops of this thing, you will die of pain, and you can't be saved. Xiao Fan chuckled. Lu Zhiheng joked, Xiao Fan, you gave me such a valuable golden dragon marrow, is this considered a bribe? Xiao Fan curled his lips. This thing has never been auctioned. I said it's only worth $1, so it's only worth $1. You keep it a secret. I don't have many drops. Shen Chen's eyes showed pain. Old 3, you're here. It's too uncomfortable for me to go here. It feels like I'm thrown into a frying pan. General Lu, is the soundproofing here good? Lu Zhiheng nodded. Shen Chen's mouth suddenly burst into a pig-killing scream. He had never practiced before, so it was a bit difficult for him to bear a drop of golden dragon marrow, but he was still able to bear it with his weight and flesh. It really hurts. Lu Zhiheng soon felt it too. Xiao Fan said, Uncle Lu, you should practice the Yan Huang Ju quickly, and I will guide Fatty to practice the Yan Huang Ju. Fatty, feel the direction of the power in your body. Xiao Fan said as a wisp of dragon energy entered Shen Chen's body. This wisp of dragon energy moved through Shen Chen's meridians, and his blocked meridians gradually became unblocked under the impact of Xiao Fan's dragon energy. As the skills were running, Lu Zhiheng and Shen Chen both felt better. 2 hours later, Shen Chen was able to practice on his own. He had memorized the human meridian diagram long ago. Xiao Fan had told him about it. After all, he was also a top student at D University and had a good memory. Hello, instructor. After letting them practice, Xiaofan went to other places to check. As Lu Zhiheng said, most of the soldiers had already learned the Yanhuangju. Xiaofan could feel that they already had a weak qi in their bodies. This qi was not internal force, but this qi could nourish the body. Their bodies became stronger, and some had reached the Ming gene level. Only when you reach the Yin gene level can you have internal force. The facts have proved that there is nothing wrong with the Yanhuangju, and it can be learned quickly. It should be soon that the Yanhuangju will be promoted throughout China. Xiaofan thought to himself. Jiang Wanqin and others will definitely report the news of the slave drug. Dongyang may not have only one biochemical laboratory that makes such things. Other countries have to be on guard. In this case, it is more urgent to promote the skills to the whole country. Things like slave drugs are much more difficult to affect warriors than ordinary people. In the Magic City, Jiang Wanqin and others sealed up the laboratory as quickly as possible. Everything in the laboratory, including the people inside, was taken away. Director Jiang, according to their research data, the slave drug does have that effect, and the improved slave drug should have been successfully developed. The person who was speaking was an academician of the 9th Security Bureau, named Su Xiangang. Jiang Wanqin looked extremely solemn. Through questioning, they knew that the improved slave agent had not been sent back in time, but the information of the first slave agent had been sent back long ago. They had no idea whether it had been used secretly and how much had been used. They also didn't know whether there were any similar laboratories. How is the slave agent used? Jiang Wanqin asked. Su Xiangang said, whoever injects the slave agent will obey that person after the injection. The improved version is like this, and the previous one is much more complicated. Jiang Wanqin's eyes flashed. Academician Su, there are Chinese people among the people captured. Use this medicine on them to try the effect. Okay, Director. Su Xiangang nodded. He opposed using ordinary people for experiments. But he agreed with both hands and feet to use such things on captured people. 5 minutes later, Jiang Wanqin personally injected a tube of medicine into the body of a captured person, and his body began to twitch constantly. Su Xiangang was recording various data next to him. Half an hour later, the guy on the laboratory table regained his calm. Originally, he was shouting and looking at Jiang Wanqin with fierce eyes, but now his eyes turned gentle and humble. Jiang Wanqin said in a deep voice, "Learn to bark a few times." Woof, woof. The guy in the laboratory quickly imitated the barking of dogs, and he did not resist at all. What a domineering effect. Director, this thing is too terrible. If it is mass-produced, it may shake the foundation of our entire China. Su Xiangang said solemnly. Jiang Wanqin nodded. This thing is not so destructive when used on ordinary people. But what about using it on big entrepreneurs, senior officials, or even officers in the army like Shen Jingshan? This destructiveness is too great. Academician Su, you continue your research. I have to go back to the imperial capital. Jiang Wanqin said in a deep voice. Okay, Director. Jiang Wanqin left quickly. When he returned to the imperial capital, it was already night. He heard that there was something very important, and now the elders in the imperial capital were waiting for him. Director Jiang, what's the matter? The elder asked gently. Jiang Wanqin explained the situation in detail. As for the impact, he didn't need to tell them. The elders could make a clear judgment. Wolf ambition, wolf ambition. The second elder said angrily. They were terrified. If they didn't find out, how bad would the impact be? This impact was much more terrible than earthquakes, tsunamis, and the damage caused by monsters. The third elder said, Director Jiang, this must be investigated thoroughly. If there are still such laboratories, they must be destroyed. Jiang Wanqin nodded. Third elder, we will try our best, but the world is so big, such laboratories may be anywhere. It is not easy to find out and clean them all up. The first elder pondered, Director Jiang, you just said that this thing works well on ordinary people, but it has almost no effect on warriors. Jiang Wanqin said, martial artists have stronger bodies and stronger mental strength. Unless the effect of this thing is 10 times stronger, it should not have any effect. The first elder nodded slightly. It seems that the whole nation must practice martial arts as soon as possible. We old men will have to find a way to practice it then. The Yanhuangju was provided by Xiao Fan, and he discovered such a laboratory and made great contributions. What kind of reward do you think we should give him? The second elder said helplessly, he is a master-level warrior and has money. Ordinary rewards are dispensable to him. The fifth elder pondered, perhaps we can consider giving him the Medal of the Republic. He took out the Yanhuangju and found such a laboratory to avoid national disaster. Add to that all the other factors, and he is qualified to get this. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 328 Su Yue meets Xiao Hai in another world, Jin Yuan City. Jin Hongtu and his men returned from the Dragon Empire and met Jin Hanzong. After listening to what Jin Hongtu and his men said, Jin Hanzong was so angry that his liver hurt. This is too much, this is too much. Jin Hanzong roared. He could agree to return the northern frontier and give them some compensation, but Xiao Hai's request was too harsh. He actually wanted them to cede the land east of the Wuxi Mountains. He also had to pay a compensation of 1 million kilograms of spiritual stones. The Wuxi Mountains were a natural barrier. If the Wuxi Mountains were ceded, the Dragon Empire would build cities at some mountain passes, and the eastern part would be lost forever. Occupying the natural barrier, plus things like mortars, no matter how many soldiers they sent over in the future, they would only have the fate of sending themselves to death. Your Majesty, in one day, the Dragon Empire's army will be close to our Jin Yuan City. We will teach them a lesson here in Jin Yuan City. A general of the Black Tiger Empire said viciously. Another general said quickly, Your Majesty, even if the Shenlong Empire does not have those terrible bombs, they have 150,000 heavy cavalry. We only have 700,000 soldiers gathered together. And if the war really starts, these 700,000 may not be so obedient. If many people from our tribe die in the war, there will be big problems. The hall soon became noisy. Jin Hanzong's face was extremely ugly. He knew that these generals and ministers in the hall were not united. Some people might wish for greater losses and the collapse of the empire. If the empire collapses, some powerful tribes can rise. Even if they cannot defeat the Shenlong Empire, they can occupy a lot of land and become kings. Jin Yuan City has indeed gathered 700,000 soldiers now, but if the situation is not good, Jin Hanzong is not sure that he can command 300,000 people. In name, they gathered here to guard Jin Yuan City, but if there is a problem, they may immediately rebel and stab in the back. Pa! Jin Hanzong slapped the dragon table. He said sternly, most of our territory is east of the Wuxi Mountains. The Shenlong Empire is bullying us too much. We must have a victory. Even if we can't win, we must make the Shenlong Empire pay a heavy price. If you can't do this, you will just be lambs to be slaughtered in the future. Even if you surrender, standing and kneeling are different. Everyone nodded. What Jin Hanzong said made sense. They gathered 700,000 troops, and the Shenlong Empire only had 250,000 people coming, so they might not dare to do anything to them. You discuss the government affairs. If you are not sure, put it aside and deal with it when I come back. In the capital, Xiao Hai left. He knew that Shen Jingtian and the others were close to Jin Yuan City, and he had to go there. Soon Xiao Fan would be able to pass on 100,000 sets of armor to him. Why did your Majesty run away again? This. Alas. Several elders in the cabinet of the Shenlong Empire were helpless. If Xiao Hai handled some things himself, he would be able to make a decision quickly. If they handled them, they would need to discuss a matter for a long time. Xiao Hai left them under great pressure. Xiao Hai heaved a sigh of relief after leaving the capital. He had a headache reading so many memorials every day. I don't know when my dear grandson will come. When will this day end? Xiao Hai felt helpless. Let's go, speed up. Shen Jingtian and the others are almost in Jin Yuan City. Yes, Your Majesty. After leaving the military area, Xiao Fan returned to Leishan County. There was no problem here. Even if a powerful strongman sneaked in, it would be impossible to open the space here and blow up all the spirit caves here without installing a lot of equipment here. There is also a formation arranged by Xiao Fan here, and it is difficult for the enemy to sneak in. Yue, come here after class. Xiao Fan called Su Yue. Tonight is the day to contact his grandfather. He wants Xiao Hai to meet Su Yue formally. Okay, husband. Su Yue was a little nervous. Yue, drive carefully. Husband, don't worry, my skills are not bad. Su Yue laughed. She didn't drive a lot, but she was a postnatal level warrior, and her mental strength was much stronger than ordinary people. Yeah. Xiaofan was not very worried. After all, Su Yue's strength was there, and Xiao Xue was following her. Su Yue rushed over in the evening. Time unknowingly came to late at night. Xiaofan took Su Yue to the warehouse, which was full of many things. The most important thing was 100,000 sets of armor. In addition, there are drones, generators, gasoline, diesel and many other things. Trucks transport things into the warehouse every day. Honey, how do you like this set of clothes? Will your grandfather dislike me? Su Yue said nervously. Xiaofan hugged Su Yue and kissed her and smiled. Yue, you look good in anything, how could your grandfather dislike you? Relax. Time gradually reached midnight. In the other world, Xiao Hai and his team had caught up with Shen Jingtian and his team. The place where they are now is only half a day away from Jinyuan City. If they march quickly, it will take less than half a day. You all go out and don't let anyone in. Xiao Hai waved his hand. When everyone left the military tent where he was, Xiao Hai set up a ban. He had seen Su Yue before, but Su Yue hadn't seen him yet. He was a little worried that his rough appearance would scare his granddaughter-in-law. Xiao Hai took out the Kongming mirror. His powerful power poured into the Kongming mirror. Through blood induction, the Kongming mirror communicated with the mirror next to Xiaofan in a short time. My dear grandson. Is Yue not here? Xiao Hai said. He saw Xiaofan but did not see Su Yue. Xiaofan said with a smile, Grandpa, she is here. Hello, Grandpa Xiao. Su Yue walked in front of the mirror and said nervously. Okay. Xiao Hai said with a smile, Yue, Grandpa Xiao will give you a gift. At this point, a jade pendant appeared in Xiao Hai's hand. Go. The jade pendant was wrapped in a powerful force and passed through the mirror. Yue, although this jade pendant is not a particularly powerful treasure, it can also withstand the attacks of the Grandmaster level, and you will be much safer. When it is more convenient to contact in the future, Grandpa Xiao will give you something better. Xiao Hai said with a smile. Thank you, Grandpa Xiao. Su Yue said hurriedly. Xiao Hai looked at Xiaofan, smelly boy, why don't you put it on Yue? Xiaofan. When he was with Su Yue, his status in Xiao Hai's eyes automatically decreased by 1. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 329, Husband, Grandpa Xiao is a general. Xiaofan picked up the jade pendant, and he stood in front of Su Yue, with his arm around her neck. The tips of their noses were less than 10 centimeters apart, and Su Yue's face turned red. Okay. Grandpa, you have a good eye. This jade pendant is very beautiful. Xiaofan stepped back and said solemnly. Xiao Hai grinned and said, needless to say. Although the material of the jade pendant is just ordinary spiritual jade, it was carved by a top jade carving master. Xiao Hai is the emperor. He asked someone to carve this thing, and the top carving master wanted to show all his life's learning. Thank you, Grandpa Xiao. I like it very much. Su Yue thanked him again. Xiao Hai smiled and said, Yue, you will graduate in more than a year. When you graduate, you should be able to come here, and then we will hold the wedding here. Grandpa will arrange it for you. Su Yue's eyes showed joy. Xiao Hai should agree with her, and she felt relieved. Yue, go and have a rest. There are so many things in the warehouse that need to be passed on to Grandpa. Xiaofan said. Su Yue said, goodbye, Grandpa Xiao. Xiao Hai smiled and nodded. Xiaofan quickly arrived at the first floor of the warehouse with the mirror. He pushed the mirror forward, and the boxes of armor in the mirror disappeared. My dear grandson, what's the situation over there? Xiao Hai asked. Xiaofan said unhappily, if Yue is not here, I am my dear grandson. Xiao Hai glared and said, then I will continue to call you a stinky boy. Xiaofan. We have some situation here. A biochemical laboratory was found in the Magic City. It was built by the people of the Mitsui group of Dongyang country. Xiao Fen told Xiao Hai about the situation. Xiao Hai said solemnly, when a cockroach is found, cockroaches may have piled up. This matter must be taken seriously. Yeah. Xiao Fen nodded. He understood this truth, and Jiang Wanchen and the others should also understand this truth. The world is so big, there is not only one such laboratory, and he just happened to find it. He is not a fortune teller who can predict. Dongyang has such things, and the United States has evolutionary fluids. You have to be wary of their like-minded cooperation. Xiao Hai warned. Xiao Fen nodded. I plan to go to Dongyang. If there are powerful warriors in Dongyang, I will get rid of them all. Grandpa, what's the situation over there now? You're seriously injured last time, right? Xiao Hai said with a smile, our 250,000 people are already close to Jinyuan City. It took us half a day to march to Jinyuan City. I was a little bit unsure at first. There are many enemies gathered in Jinyuan City. With your batch of armor, the situation will be much better. 150,000 Shura Legion soldiers, plus 100,000 elites, Xiao Hai thinks there will be no problem in winning the war, but the losses will be relatively large. The combat power of 250,000 heavy armored cavalry has increased greatly. With such a large number of heavy armored cavalry, there is no problem dealing with the millions of soldiers of the Black Tiger Empire. The Black Tiger Empire will most likely not dare to take the initiative to attack again. The greater the pressure they give, the greater the probability of problems within the Black Tiger Empire. Grandpa, don't rush to attack. The cluster bombs are being manufactured as quickly as possible. I also bought a batch of old tanks. Tanks weighing dozens of tons are very powerful when they charge. Xiao Fen chuckled. Xiao Hai nodded. He didn't plan to rush to attack. Even if all the heavy armors were used, they would still suffer a lot of losses. If cluster bombs, tanks, etc. were arranged later, the losses would be greatly reduced. It is highly likely that the Black Tiger Empire will surrender directly. To conquer the enemy without fighting is the best of all. It is much easier to pass things now. In about an hour, all the things in the warehouse were passed to Xiao Hai, who was in good condition. My dear grandson, I won't give you anything this time. This place is close to Jinyuan City, and Grandpa has to prevent the strong men of the Black Tiger Empire from attacking. I will contact you in 3 days. Xiao Hai said and disappeared. Your Majesty. Xiao Hai left the military tent, and one of his generals looked at him eagerly. This general was called Meng Yi, and he was now in control of the 100,000 people without armor. Although these 100,000 people did not have armor, they had already trained with the armor of the others, and their combat power would soar after getting armor. Look at you, you are so useless. Xiao Hai laughed and scolded. Meng Yi's eyes lit up. He knew Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai said this, and the armor of his 100,000 people should be safe, and they don't have to envy others anymore. Go to your camp. Xiao Hai and Meng Yi soon arrived at the rear camp. Come out. Xiao Hai's mind moved, and a large number of wooden boxes filled with armor appeared in his space treasure. Meng Yi and some other generals were excited. Soon all the armor was outside. Xiao Hai said, here are 100,000 sets of armor. Let your people hurry up and change into them and adapt to these new armors. If you feel uncomfortable, adjust them. Meng Yi nodded quickly, Your Majesty, don't worry, we will arrange it immediately. After Xiao Hai left, he had to hurry up to practice and recover. It didn't look like anything happened, but Xiao Hai's consumption this time was still relatively high. It was much safer to keep in good condition. Xiao Fen went to the second floor, and Su Yue was still asleep. Hubby, what does Grandpa Xiao do? He looks so powerful. Xiao Fen got on the bed, and Su Yue squeezed into his arms and said. Xiao Fen chuckled and said, Grandpa used to be a soldier. He also practiced martial arts before, but he only practiced at the level of Huajin. Later, he accidentally traveled through time. You mean Grandpa looks a little scary? In the past, the hooligans in the town would take a detour when they saw him. Su Yue hurriedly said, No, he is powerful, not scary. Husband, you can't say anything nonsense, especially in front of Grandpa Xiao. Xiao Fen said faintly, that old man forgot his grandson when he had a granddaughter-in-law. When you were not around, he called me a good grandson, and you called me a bad boy. Hee hee. Husband, Grandpa Xiao treats me well because of you. If I were not your girlfriend, I would be a passerby in Grandpa Xiao's eyes. Su Yue laughed. Husband, Grandpa Xiao was in the military tent just now, right? Is he a general? Xiao Hai had just met Su Yue. Of course, he did not wear a dragon robe like a show-off, nor did he wear armor. He just wore the ordinary clothes he usually wears in the palace. Of course, as an emperor, his ordinary clothes are also very exquisite. Xiao Fan said with a smile, I won't tell you about my grandfather's identity. Keep it a little mysterious so that we can have some surprises when we go to another world in the future. It was necessary to introduce Xiao Hai and Su Yue to each other. As for the fact that Xiao Hai was the emperor of the Dragon Empire, there was no need to say it for the time being. Yeah. Su Yue nodded. Since Xiao Fan didn't intend to tell her, she wouldn't pester Xiao Fan to ask him about it. Yue, you look very energetic, don't you want to sleep? In that case, why don't we do something? Xiao Fan said with a smile. Well, before Su Yue could say anything, her mouth was kissed by Xiao Fan. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 330, speeding up the national cultivation in the blink of an eye. It was the next day, and Xiao Fan and his friends returned to the villa. Jiang Wanchen came over, and there was actually an elder with him. Third elder, why are you here? Please come in. Xiao Fan hurriedly invited Jiang Wanchen and his friends to the villa. Hello, third elder. Su Yue hurriedly said when she saw the third elder. The third elder's status and position were higher than that of Elder Lu, and he actually came to their place. Your name is Yue, right? Elder Lu is very proud to have a granddaughter like you. The third elder smiled. Su Yue nodded. Third elder, I will make tea for you.